Good evening. Seeing as we have a quorum, I will call to order this regular session of the Bloomington Common Council for Wednesday, November 20th, 2024. Will the clerk please call the roll?
Yes, Councilmember Flaherty. Here. Zulik.
Here.
Rallo.
Here.
Ruff.
Here.
Piedmont Smith.
Here.
Strasburg. Here. Asari.
Here.
Rosenbarger.
Here.
And Daly.
Here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Before I summarize the agenda, I'd like to read our land and labor acknowledgement. We recognize that the city of Bloomington sits on native land. The city, as well as city administrative buildings, are on the traditional homelands of the Miami, Delaware, Potawatomi, and Shawnee people, and we acknowledge they are past, present, and future caretakers of this land. We also acknowledge that much of the economic progress and development in Indiana and in Bloomington resulted from the unpaid labor and forced servitude of people of color, specifically enslaved African labor. We acknowledge that this land remains home to and a site of gathering and healing for many indigenous and other people of color, and commit to the work necessary to create and promote a more equitable and just Bloomington. We move forward knowing and acknowledging our rich, complicated, and sometimes painful past so that we can learn from it and create a true land of opportunity. Are the monitors not working this evening?
We were unable to get them to work.
Okay. Well, we'll just do some stretching exercises, I guess. We need to. All right. I will summarize tonight's agenda. We have 5 sets of minutes for approval. Then we will move on to reports from council members. And then we will have a report from the Community Advisory on Public Safety Commission. Then we will move to any reports from council committees. And then comes the first period of public comment on items that are not on the agenda. Then the next point will be appointments to boards and commissions. I don't think we have any, but it's always on our agenda. Legislation for first readings, we don't have any of those either. Then we move to legislation for second readings and resolutions, where we will have ordinance 2024-24 to authorize the issuance of the City of Bloomington, Indiana General Obligation Bonds, Series 2024, for the purpose of providing funds to pay for certain capital projects of the city and expenses incurred in connection with the issuance of the bonds. Next will be Resolution 2024-20 to amend the City of Bloomington's transportation plan in order to incorporate the Safe Streets and Roads for All, SS4A, Safety Action Plan. Then we will have Resolution 2024-23 to initiate a proposal to amend Title 20 Unified Development Ordinance of the Bloomington Municipal Code regarding preparation of a proposal to amend Chapter 20.04.110, incentives regarding affordable housing. Next will be Resolution 2024-25, again to initiate a proposal to amend Title 20 Unified Development Ordinance, this time in regard to single-room occupancy residential buildings as a permitted use. And the last legislative item is Resolution 2024-24, a resolution revising the Bloomington Common Council electronic meetings policy. We will then have an additional period of public comment on items that are not on the agenda. We will discuss any items of council schedule, and then we will adjourn. So we will consider minutes next.
I would like to move to approve the minutes from June 18th, July 31st, August 14th, September 11th, and October 9th, all from the year 2024. And I do want to point out that earlier today, the clerk did send 2 amended attachments of those minutes, so I am moving to approve those as amended and sent out earlier today.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded to approve those minutes. All in favor? Oh, are there any comments or corrections? Yes, Clerk Bolden.
Just for, I don't know, the council's information, there's an attachment referred to in the June 18th, 2024 minutes, which is when you voted to approve Oh, my goodness, I just blanked. Can you help me a little bit with that, Councilmember Piedmont Smith?
It was the October 9th, 2024 special session regarding the findings on
The taxpayer objection or petition, and I did not include that in the packet since you voted on that evening and you voted on the language, but moving forward, I think it would be helpful to know if council members, as a default, want the attachments in the minutes, or if it's something you already voted on and approved during the course of the meeting, if it's fine to not include it in the packet. It tends to add pages, which is why I've steered away from it, but if y'all can just let me know, I'd appreciate it. That was it.
Thank you, Clerk Bolden. Yes, if you all could give feedback on that to the clerk, that would be appreciated. Any other comments or questions on the minutes? All right. All those in favor of approving those 5 sets of minutes, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? All right, they are approved. Next, we will move on to reports from council members, and I will start on my right. Councilmember Flaherty, do you have a report this evening? Councilmember Zulik?
No report, thank you.
Councilmember Rollo?
No, thanks.
Councilmember Ruff?
No, thank you.
And going to my left, Councilmember Daley, do you have a report?
Well, I'll go for it if nobody else will. I just want to thank everybody who came out. I had a constituent meeting last Thursday. I had a good handful of people show up. It was exciting to have a good conversation and just hear some feedback and thoughts and get to know some people and let them get to know me. So just to let you all know, I will be planning another one for Tuesday, December 17th. It will be from 5 to 6 p.m., again at Monroe County Public Library, the downtown branch, room 2A. So it's hidden back by the DVDs, so you can grab a good movie for the weekend while you're there. Hope people will show up. It was fun. Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Rosenbarger?
No report, thanks.
Councilmember Asare?
Just wanted to remind everybody that it is Innovation Week over at the Mill and Trades District, and there's a lot of, I think, really exciting events going on, highlighting a lot of the entrepreneurial and innovative activities that are happening here in town. So a good opportunity, if you have not been made aware of that, to follow on and participate. Thank you.
Councilmember Stossberg?
Thank you. I do have a report tonight. I actually have 3 things that I want to talk about, and I wrote it out, and usually that means that it's lengthy, so maybe it's a good thing that nobody else had anything to say. So first of all, I feel a need to respond to the mayor's speech on November 6th regarding an appointment to the Historic Preservation Commission. I think the appointment process there has gotten more attention than it was warranted, but as someone concerned with procedure, I would be remiss if I didn't point out something that was left out of not only the mayor's speech on the matter, but also media reports regarding an appointment to the HPC. Bloomington Municipal Code, Section 2.16.010C1, lists the membership requirements for appointment to the HPC as: the membership shall include individual members with demonstrated expertise in historic preservation activities. To the extent available to the community, the commission shall include professional members from the disciplines of architecture, history, architectural history, preservation planning, archaeology, or other historic preservation-related disciplines, such as urban planning, American studies, art history, American civilization, cultural geography, or cultural anthropology. At her November 6th speech, Mayor Thompson cited that her candidate's demographic was the reason for the appointment. I do not want to diminish the importance of a diversity of voices and perspectives, but checking a demographic box is not a qualification for serving on the HPC. This highlights my second reflection and what may be a base philosophical difference between myself and the mayor and perhaps others in this room. I think making appointments, hiring decisions, casting ballots, or otherwise assigning responsibilities based only on meeting a demographic quota is an insult to all the qualified people who also belong to that demographic. Furthermore, simply because someone happens to check the box white male should not immediately disqualify them from any position. Frankly, it gives a bad name to the importance of diverse voices to artificially create balanced teams if some team members are not qualified to perform the responsibilities of the position. This hits on a very specific pet peeve that I have, and it goes far beyond Bloomington and this relatively minor appointment to a local commission. Looking at demographics over qualifications or policy results in unqualified people holding positions of power. And I recognize a lot of gray area in this topic. Issues related to historic racism, sexism, et cetera, have made gaining qualifications in some areas difficult, but in most cases, a diverse and qualified candidate can be found. And as a personal plea, do not ask me to do something only because I am a white woman. It's insulting. Ask me because you think I would do a good job, that I would bring a specific skill set. Don't just use me to fill a demographic box. To bring this back to the specific HPC appointment, I am certain that there are a plethora of Bloomingtonians who are not white males and also have significant experience in the field cited in our city code regarding qualifications for appointment to the HPC. Similarly, in my personal assessment of the applicants at the time, there were and remain white males qualified, and they should not have been automatically eliminated from consideration simply because they were white men. I urge the mayor to return an appointment recommendation that meets the qualifications listed in Bloomington Municipal Code. As for my third topic this evening, I just wanted to remind us all of some basic notions of how our government is set up. When campaigning last year, there was significant messaging related to being civil and local electeds getting along better and government being less antagonistic. And I think that's important, and I'm a big fan of compromise and communication. However, I think this is an apt time to give a reminder that our municipal government is divided into two branches for a reason. The office of the mayor and the council are not one big group. We are two branches of government that are supposed to check and balance each other. We are supposed to make sure, to the best of our ability, that the other branch is not overreaching. We should constantly be questioning each other. And questioning is not necessarily a sign of disagreement, but a process for clarification that concerns and possible ramifications of actions have been considered. I hope my colleagues would agree with me that to assume that council will approve an administrative initiative is a misplaced assumption. Our job is not to rubber stamp the mayoral administration. It is to question administrative conclusions to make sure that the community is being well served by those conclusions. It is an important role, and if at times it looks or feels antagonistic, then perhaps we need to remind ourselves that it's not personal, it's business. Thank you.
Thank you. And I will just report briefly that I did have my monthly constituent meeting on November 9th, and we talked about a variety of things. I always give an update of what the City Council has been doing and what's coming up, and we spent some time talking about the outdoor dining program that the Economic and Sustainable Development Department is working on for 2025, and the pros and cons of closing off parts of Kirkwood. There were also some concerns about what the re-election of Donald Trump might mean for affordable housing initiatives and funding from the federal level. So as usual, it was an interesting conversation. We will now move on to a report from the CAPS Commission, Community Advisory on Public Safety. And I see 3 members here, and 2 of them are getting up. So come on up and introduce yourselves. And if you could keep it to about 10 minutes, that way we would have time for questions.
Yeah, we'll try and do that.
Good evening, esteemed council members. Thank you for your time. My name is Erin McNeil. I am one of the newest members of the commission, so I appreciate your patience as I get my sea legs.
And I'm Jason McCulloch. This is my 3rd time coming up here. I'm one of the seasoned members, not one of the original members. Only one of those is left. So thank you for considering our work once again. Though we only have one of the original members, as I just mentioned, we continue to see the work of the commission as the commission work that we do. And our goal is to continue that, to continue setting trends so that whoever fills the seats of the commission continues to do that work, and that continues to be relevant to the work that you do and the work that benefits all of the community members. So while you listen to our report today, I want you to keep in mind the question that we asked during our outreach, but also the question that is tasked with our commission as the Community Advisory on Public Safety. One of the biggest issues we've run into is the multiple definitions of safety. So I want you to ask yourself what safety is and keep that in mind as we go through our work. Yeah, do you
I was just going to say, we understand that you've had the reports already been given to all of you, so we're not going to recite it in its entirety tonight. We appreciate your time, and in appreciation of that time, we just want to touch on the highlights. So I think as a new member, and certainly correct me if I'm wrong, one of the biggest things that our commission has been able to accomplish was the APS report in 2023. And I think a lot of our work in later 2023 and moving into 2024 has been efforts to implement the key recommendations that we identified in that report and expand our networks with the mayoral administration as well as different boards and commissions in our community. Obviously, our goal is to increase the safety of our community with special attention to marginalized communities. Whenever we're increasing, we're talking about change. How does change happen? It always starts with a conversation, like the one we're having now. And in order to have conversations, meaningful conversations on topics, all parties need to be informed. And I think that that's what our commission does, and that's what is reflected in our work in 2024 and late 2023.
So something new about this year is we've had a couple shifts. Shifts in leadership, in administrative, and this is not new, I'm just acknowledging this, that we've had changes in the commission, the commissioners on the commission, changes in the mayoral administration, and changes in the council. So the context that we're working in are different than the years that I've been involved. But we've also had executive advancements in the work that we've done. So in this past year, we've provided leadership in at least three key areas. Civil liberties with regards to political speech, lawful assembly, and peaceful protest, specifically with the protests on IU's campus. Transgender rights in Indiana, which I want to especially highlight on Transgender Remembrance Day, and how the resolution that we passed and that another commission passed was taken up by you all for the resolution that you passed. And so in case I don't say thank you later, I want to say thank you. And lastly, though, we had advancements in the value and historical challenges of Black genealogy through the events that we put on and the conversations we were able to engage in the community.
As I mentioned earlier, and as Jason touched on, a lot of our mission is to organize conversations with the community in order to educate, enlighten, and promote change. And we can see a lot of those in the middle there. We co-organize several events with IU. But I just want to touch on two main things. In the report, we briefly mentioned that some of our implementation efforts were a little bit hindered. We caught some snags with the Mayor Hamilton's administration, but thankfully that has seemed to be repaired. That was before my time on the commission, but now with Mayor Thompson, we are having renewed engagement, more open channels of communication, and we see a little bit of a brighter future with that avenue. Lower on the timeline, you can see that the commission's work in the spring was largely dominated, unsurprisingly, by the situation in Gaza and the protests that we saw here in our community and at IU. And so that dominated our attention in the spring. Now, regarding upcoming goals, we have a few. As if you can read them up there, we want to gain access to 2 sitting Community Advisory on Public Safety Commission members to join existing city public safety crisis emergency response teams to better inform our movement forward. We also are hoping to expand on the already improving outreach with other boards and commissions in the community, as well as continue our work with Mayor Thompson's administration. And lastly, we want to have set procedures for responding to community safety concerns, because right now it's working, but we're kind of floating, and we want to establish some stricter standards there. We also have, some other recommendations that we need the council's help with, specifically staff support. We so appreciate the liaisons that we've been afforded already, but we would appreciate if the council would consider hiring further staff support that's specialized in the areas that we are working on. For example, if we could hire a few, perhaps, for example, social workers or drug treatment counselors, anyone who supports post-incarceration individuals, anyone who has expertise in the unhoused community and our shelters, that would be appreciated. We also would like to, jumping around since we're limited on time, voice our concern about how we are going to be structuring appointments to the commission. If Jason could expand on that.
Yeah, and so one of the things that we talked about before Aaron came on was there was talk about potential mayoral appointments to the commission, which we see would be a conflict of interest. Appointing members of a commission to advise the council that would advise the mayor seems kind of a closed loop. And since we've had more members of the community coming and seeing us as a way to get their voices heard, we want to make sure we maintain that. The third one is something that I know I've answered a couple times, and we've continually been back and forth. How can we recruit a diverse representation on the commission? And that's something we continue to talk about. Something that we've seen is when we put on these community events, that gives people either working in the areas that could inform us, or from the communities with lived experience, that gives them a sense that they could join, that they could be part of it. So it's not necessarily going around passing out flyers, but it is creating those spaces where community can be seen as an expansive thing and not just an exclusive thing.
Yeah, providing opportunities for community engagement and helping us in our mission, because people are more likely to join in if they think their time is going to be valuable and useful. And I think that with council's support and our continued work, we will see success with more community engagement moving forward in terms of recruitment. And I think that's the last 5 seconds of our allotted time.
Yeah.
Do we have any questions?
Thank you very much for your presentation. Are there questions from council members? Councilmember Flaherty?
Thank you. As always, deeply appreciative of your work. I think you're asking and tackling questions and issues that we don't have good policy and structure set up to tackle. Equity and justice issues writ large are very important, I think, to where we're headed as a city. And I think I've been asking questions about it for some years. We've done some training, things like that, but it's quite clear on a regular basis that we still have a hard time actualizing and operationalizing those things, even having common understanding, common language. That's certainly true in the public safety, community safety conversation generally. And so, yeah, again, just deeply appreciate the work. I think we've brainstormed a bit, sometimes with commissioners, sometimes among ourselves, about what the future of the commission looks like. There was sort of an initial task that was completed, I think, over a year ago now, around making a set of recommendations, some of which the council is still trying to follow up on actively. But this question of basically interaction and involvement with the mayoral administration is one I'm curious for your additional thoughts about. I guess we've contemplated the possibility of, reconstituting in some way, having mayoral appointments, even, there's different models. Like we have advisory appointments to the Historic Preservation Commission that our council appointed, for instance, because the HPC is a state statutory body. Could we do the same thing with the Public Safety Board, for instance? Would that be viable? That kind of mirrors the request about having some seats for CAPS on those commissions. But I guess my concern with the note that Mr. Michalik shared about not having mayoral appointments is that coordination. I think things are sometimes siloed to a degree. And so I guess I'm curious for you to speak more to that, the barriers that remaining fully kind of independent and only council appointed might also introduce or maintain.
So if they're only a council appointed?
Well, I think allowing mayoral appointments is a slippery slope because it could create a closed loop environment. And I think it would also hinder one of our main goals, which is community engagement, helping our community. And so we want to incentivize our community members to volunteer for this position because I think volunteers are, by their very nature, more engaged, more keen to engage, and keen to work without an agenda.
Yeah. And I would also say that initially, since I began on the commission, there have been less and less, but initially when I joined the commission, there was trouble with working together because of different goals, different sets of values. And I can only imagine that if we knew who was mayoral appointed, that would create a marked membership for them, right? And so it would create this, it would make sense if we worked with another commission that had mayoral appointments, but on the commission, it seems like that would be more of a divide. And to go back to the community membership being the first, I think if somebody was appointed by the council, as with everybody else, it would create that sense of solidarity, and anything that breaks that up would kind of challenge it.
Thank you. I do have one brief follow-up, but I can hold on that if you'd prefer. Madam President.
Yeah, let's see who else has questions. Councilmember Stossberg, I think.
This may be similar to what Councilmember Flaherty was getting at. I wanted you to just expand a little bit more about what you said about wanting two sitting CAPS members to join existing city public safety response team. Did you mean like the team, or did you mean the public safety, the committee, like what?
I will pass that ball to my esteemed colleague.
Yeah. And that suggestion was made by other CAPS members, but the idea was to be involved in conversations with boards that are involved in public safety oversight. So not to be in control of anything, but because we are involved in community conversations, that we could be involved in boards that are, or groups that are involved in the actual implementation of that work.
Okay,
To ease
so
overlap.
So it was in terms of CAPS, it was two members sitting on the Board of Public Safety then, is what the interest was?
That's my understanding.
Yeah, potentially.
Okay, I just want to point out that by state code, that board can be comprised of 3 or 5 members only. And there are currently 5, we currently have 5-member boards, so having 2 of those as CAPS Commission members would be an interesting balance. And it doesn't say anything about being able to add members, and that's state code.
Any other questions? I would just say to that, I would consider looking into advisory members if we're allowed to add advisory members to that particular board. Councilmember Rallo?
Just for clarity, so are you suggesting that they be like statutory members? In other words, that, because it's a mayoral board appointed by the mayor? Or do you suggest that we make a suggestion to the mayor to appoint members of the, in other words, restructure the commission, or just simply request that members be appointed from your commission?
It's my understanding that it would be the latter.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rosenbarger?
Thank you too for the presentation. Just kind of two questions. Could you just weigh in a little bit on, I'm sorry, on 23 recommendation and kind of like status reports just up here about if you still have recommendations for a feasibility study for a Department of Community Safety and Resilience, and then to try to get something going like the LEAP program here.
Yeah. So do we still have a recommendation for that?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So we would still recommend the feasibility study.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And initially with our report, that was connected to what we were conceiving of as the Department of Safety and Resilience. But we see that feasibility study would at least show what is and what isn't feasible based on our studies and the continued work that we do.
Thanks. I like that recommendation. And then I know some of us met with the administration to talk about LEAP earlier this year. I don't know if there's been any follow-up on that. Do you all have any updates?
We haven't heard anything, but we're waiting to hear something and ANSI for that. So if you hear anything or you have opportunities to push for news on that, we would really appreciate that.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah.
Say what the LEAP acronym was.
LEAP.
Oh,
Request for
the Law
information.
Enforcement Action Partnership.
Thank you.
And I think there may have been a little bit of a communication gap. I think Mayor Thompson is trying to schedule another meeting with representatives from CAPS to follow up on the meeting this summer.
Oh, good.
So we'll get that going.
Thank you for that.
Well, we have reached the end of 20 minutes, but we can extend if there are more questions. If there's no objection, let's extend another 10 minutes maximum.
Thank you. It is just one brief question, which is also in the vein of collaboration and structures and whether the current structures are working. During the budget hearings, we learned about a number of action plans on community priorities that the mayor was interested in driving forward. At that time, I asked for various ways to formalize council collaboration on those. And I'm curious for the one on public safety. There's a public safety action plan for our community forthcoming, I believe, or being worked on. Has CAPS been involved or approached about that in any way, or?
Not as of yet.
Okay,
Yeah.
great. Well, maybe we can get that done. Thank you.
Awesome. Thank you.
Any other questions? All right. Well, thank you so much, and we will follow up on that meeting, and we appreciate your hard work and appreciate that you have some new members and some new energy to move forward.
Yeah.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Thanks.
All right, so next we will go to any reports from council committees. Are there any reports this evening? Okay, seeing none. We now come to the first period of public comment on items that are not on the agenda, and this period has a limit of 20 minutes maximum, and each individual will have up to 3 minutes. And if you would like to make a comment, you can come to the podium and state your name, and I believe there's a sign-up sheet as well. And then if you are joining this meeting via Zoom, you can use the raise hand function, which is generally in the reactions button at the bottom of the screen. And if that doesn't work, you can also try sending a chat to the meeting host. So let's start here in council chambers. If the first person wants to go ahead, and I think we'll have a timer on the big screen so you know how your 3 minutes is going. Go ahead.
Okay, hey, you know, I think the street department could have done a lot better job on the paving job they done up here on College and Walnut. That's horrendous. The job they done up here on Walnut and College. You know, the thing that gets me about that is whenever they shave the road down, you know, they take up the asphalt, and they shave the road down to the existing road, and then they leave that thing there where I don't know how to explain it, but you're going, and then you hit that little thing, that little lip they leave up. Man, that thing, how do they get away with that? I hit one up here by the Justice Building, College. I felt like my front end was going to come out underneath my car. And then another one down here by the, let's see, Serendipity, where we're at 4th and Walnut. That thing was terrible. You know, we got to get to when these people come in, they don't care. You got a street department that cares. They do that every day. But they need to put out signs of who the people are that are doing that, so we can get some repairs done to our cars. You know, I don't know how you do it, but a sign there says, hey, this is done by Joe Blow. We know who to go to sue for body damage and all this other stuff. That's totally unacceptable. And street department, like I'm going to repeat myself, street department can do a heck of a lot better than what they done. You know, when the asphalt comes to the existing, you know, where they come together, it's horrendous the way the stuff they do. That's going to come apart. They're going to be up there patching where that comes together. There's going to be holes where, because if you don't have a good gap there or a good seal, it's going to break up. And that means a lot to me. And I keep an eye on a lot of things that are going on in this town as far as that kind of construction. Why can't city workers be up there doing it? It's a nightmare. When I was down on Walnut today, I was backed all the way to 2nd Street. And they was lined up all the way up to 10th Street. One lane. Come on, man. We can do a lot better than that. You know, we're talking about saving gas. You got people lined up idling. I was there for 15 minutes trying to get up through there. Totally unacceptable, and I don't like it. And something needs to be done. Peace.
All right. Do we have anybody on Zoom at this point? I'm asking our staff if we have anybody on Zoom who would like to give a comment.
A comment did come through the chat.
Okay. Attorney Kulak, can you read that, please? As long as it comes with a name, I hope.
Yes, Wes M. says, just thought it was worth mentioning the Board of Public Safety will change the merit board next year per state law.
Okay.
That's the comment.
All right, we'll go back to here in council chambers. So next person, please come up and write your name and then say your name, and you'll have up to 3 minutes.
Oh, I write my name with this, Doogie?
Is there a pen there?
This is the pen. Oh, goodness. How low tech. Okay, how does this sound? Oh, great, thank you. I'm Peg Hausman. I'm a member of the Sierra Club, and I'm here with Robin Skyabas, who is our state leader. And we've talked to you all recently about something to do with Duke. You recall the rate hike that we were discussing last summer, and we very much appreciated your support in giving feedback to Duke about the unacceptability of the size of the rate hike that they were proposing. Now we have a second Duke issue, which is related, but not the same. Duke submits a non-binding integrated resource plan, or IRP, to the Indiana Utility Regulatory Commission every 3 years. We call it the 20-year energy plan because it's a roadmap for the upcoming 20 years. And we work with them. We have technical experts that give technical feedback on the confidential initial parts of this process, and then we work with our members, with public bodies like yourselves, with private citizens to give feedback once the plan is made public. Well, they just made it public, and it's kind of a disaster. Duke is by far the dirtiest energy provider in the state, and there was enough useful feedback in the previous iteration of the Integrated Resource Plan, which was 2021, that it wasn't that bad. However, it is going back on various commitments that it made, or semi-commitments that it made in the 2021 plan. The 2021 plan, for example, proposed almost 5,000 megawatts of renewable and storage power energy sources by 2035, and the new plan is for only 899 megawatts, and no wind at all, just solar and storage. And they are also pushing back on their plans to retire coal-fired plants until the late 2030s, whereas they originally, in 2021, they were going to retire them at the around 2030. So this is deeply upsetting because, as you've probably heard, the scientists have told us that this year we are now passing the 2.5 degrees Celsius threshold for bad damage to the Earth from a warming climate to catastrophic damage to the Earth from a warming climate. And with the new administration in Washington, the energy to oppose plans to continue with fossil fuels has to come at the state and local level, I believe. So what we'd like to do is request that the council.
I'm sorry, that's the end of your time.
Oh dear, make comments. I guess, can I just email you all
Yes, please.
the information about this? And I'd like also the public, if you could do the same. Is there a chalkboard or anything?
No.
Shall people just get a hold of me or what? To get the email address where they send their comments.
Well, I'm afraid your time is up, so
Okay.
we need to be strict with that.
Okay, terrific.
Sorry about that.
I will inform you all I can. Thank you.
Additional public comment? Come on up. And sign in and state your name. You'll have up to 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Joe Davis, and I'm here representing the taxpayer objection petitioners. And we would like to report on a conversation that we had with Mike McAfee of Visit Bloomington, Inc., who's the executive director of that organization. This discussion took place following the most recent CIB, or Capital Improvement Board meeting, that took place last week or thereabouts. And Mr. McAfee described that the proposed mini Lucas Oil Stadium project that is slated to be built across from the convention center and from the downtown bus station, that it was a loss leader. A loss leader. Now, we all know what that means at the supermarket. It's that end cap aisle display where there's a really good sale that's designed to get people in the store and then continue to shop beyond that loss leader item, where the store knows they're going to make a profit because the margins are much greater. So this mini Lucas Oil Stadium investment of $100 million and growing, is a loss leader designed to bring in a limited number of, I guess, purchasers of services for businesses that are all set up to profit from the public subsidy of loss leading. Loss leading. Why is the public paying for loss leading that does not benefit the public? It's only benefiting the commercial interest in this boondoggle. The people, it's their money being spent. The people need to be served by this. Businesses do not vote. They do not elect government officials. This is irresponsible to the people to continue with this boondoggle. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else from the public that would like to make a comment at this time? Remember to state your name and sign in, please. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Robin Skyabos, and I'm a resident living down on South Dorchester Drive. I'm going to be very quick and just sort of finish Peg's call to action. And also, she wanted me to let you know that she had misspoke when she said 2.5 degrees Celsius. This is the year that we're expecting global average temperatures to be over 1.5 degrees Celsius, which is that critical international standard that we have been working for decades to try and meet and keep climate change under that threshold. As Peg shared, Duke Energy filed their 20-year energy plan with the State Utility Commission, and the public and council has an opportunity to weigh in on that plan. Essentially, there's a 90-day comment period and so comments are due on January 30th, 2025, and you can email those comments to bborum, so bborum @urc.n.gov. So, thank you so much.
Thank you.
We do have someone on Zoom.
Okay.
We have Eric Spoonmore with a hand raised.
All right, Mr. Spoonmore, go ahead and state your name. You'll have up to 3 minutes.
Good evening, Council. My name is Eric Spoonmore. I am President of the Greater Bloomington Chamber of Commerce and want to thank all of the previous public commenters tonight for sharing their names at the microphone. One of the things that I just wanted to talk about tonight and remind you all is that, we view these meetings as a space of sacred transparency. Transparency is of utmost importance to the chamber and I think to all taxpayers who fund our government, and would just encourage you all to put policies in place that would require public commenters to make their names known. I think this is important to transparency. We heard another comment tonight from a Wes M. Not sure who that is, but I think the community would like to know. We've heard in previous meetings as well of other anonymous public commenters. So would just be nice to know who's speaking at public comment in your public meetings, because we view transparency as of utmost importance. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I believe that's it. Is there anybody else in chambers? All right, we will come back to the next item on our agenda, which is appointments to boards and commissions. I was at the last CAPS Commission meeting, and they actually had brought forward request to the council to consider the membership of one of their members who has not been attending meetings. And so I would like to go ahead and make a motion to notify Jenna Buckner that she will be considered for removal from the CAPS Commission at our December 4th meeting. And we request that council staff send her this notification, and she can, offer any explanation if she would like. So I go ahead and make that motion.
I'll second.
Are there any questions about that? Sorry, it kind of just occurred to me during the CAPS presentation this evening. Yes, Councilmember Daley?
Just a question regarding the process of that. Does she has the opportunity to appeal? Is that what I'm understanding? Like if she shows up at December 4th?
Yes.
And kind of states her case?
Yes.
Just wanted to clarify. Thank you.
Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right. Well, we'll request council staff notify Ms. Buckner. All right. We will move on to legislation for second readings and resolutions.
I would like to move ordinance 2024-24 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Clerk Bolden, would you please read?
Ordinance 2024-24 to authorize the issuance of the City of Bloomington, Indiana General Obligation Bonds, Series 2024, for the purpose of providing funds to pay for certain capital projects of the city and expenses incurred in connection with the issuance of the bonds. The synopsis is as follows. This ordinance approves the issuance of general obligation bonds of the City of Bloomington, Indiana, under Indiana Code Section 364619 in an aggregate principal amount not to exceed $4,300,000 in order to finance certain capital projects throughout the city.
I move ordinance 2024-24 be adopted.
Second.
All right, and we have Controller Jessica McClellan with us tonight.
Good evening, Council. Jessica McClellan, City Controller. Tonight, we present to you for your consideration for approval the 2024 GO bond ordinance. The par amount of the GO bonds is $4,300,000. That is the project, the funds dedicated to the project list and the costs associated with issuing the bonds. So our main goals in this 2024 bond issuance is to preserve the financial stability of the city while also funding projects that are important to you, to the city, to the citizens, and to the administration. We have kind of two factors at play here in how we look at this bond ordinance. What do we say about our very high fund balance? That is the first question that I think would be on everybody's minds when we talk about this bond. The city is looking with these bonds currently to maintain that fund balance. We have a couple different levers that we have used so far. We have spent down that fund balance by $6 million with our budget that we approved. We'd like to maintain that level through the rest of the year. It's going to be good for responding to unforeseen needs or emergencies, unforeseen circumstances. It's good to have a balance in our general fund. And it's always good for the city to keep a healthy savings. We also do want to spend down our cash, but we want to spend that cash down carefully, and we want to make sure that we meet the very serious needs of this city as we spend down that cash. And as an administration, and possibly I'll just say, even as just an administration, we are not ready yet to commit to spending down that fund balance next year. So there's the fund balance, and there's also the desire and the fiscal. It's a good fiscally responsible plan for the city to maintain its tax rate. Our tax rate is dropping due to the growth in our assessed value. Our levy growth, our levy is how many tax dollars we can collect, we can raise. That's capped at 4%. That means that even though our AV grows at more than 4%, our tax collections will not grow more than 4%. And we need those tax collections to fund our recurring operating expenses. Bonding is the tool in our toolbox to fund capital expenses when our levy is not keeping up with our actual growth. We have a lot of actual growth in this city, real true economic growth, people moving here, needs really sort of like we're getting we have big city problems in sort of a small city or a large town. And so although we do have this cash, we're really looking for ways to fund capital expenses that is going to also be sustainable over time. Bonding is sustainable over time for this city. We cannot always rely on cash. We are always going to have to fund our transportation plan. And those projects just keep getting more and more expensive. So we discussed the fund balances and the bonding tool during our budget hearings. The council and the controller met several times after budget hearings. We discussed the bonding strategy, we discussed the project list, and the bonding process. We took your comments and suggestions very seriously for the project list. I hope that it meets your expectations. Our goal is to present a bond ordinance to the council that funds the projects that are a priority to this city and to this council, as well as preserve the good financial strategy and give the city flexibility in the future. Tonight we have our very dedicated bond professionals team here to give a little brief introduction to you about what their role was in this process, and then we are all available to answer questions. So first, I would like to pass it off to our bond counsel, Thomas Cameron. He wrote the document that is in your packet, and it is what you will be approving tonight.
Thank you, Jessica. It's wonderful to be back standing behind this podium. It's been a little while. Thomas Cameron, I'm with Quarles and Brady, the law firm, and serving as bond counsel on this proposed issuance. At a super high level, our role as bond counsel is to ultimately, assuming the council approves the bond ordinance, deliver a bond counsel opinion that says the bonds have been validly issued under state law, they are exempt from federal tax law, and that they comply with the federal securities law. Those are sort of the three areas of law that apply when dealing with a bond issuance. This particular bond issuance is a general obligation bond, so it's backed by property taxes that will be levied and collected in the future. So it's not a revenue bond, it's not a water bond or a TIF revenue bond or something of that sort. This is normal property taxes being collected. The projects that would be funded by this are described in Exhibit A, and they go into some level of detail, and that is an exhaustive list of what could be funded with these bonds. The bond ordinance goes into a great deal of detail about the mechanics of the sale of the bonds and how all of the various state and federal laws will be complied with. I'm certainly happy to address any questions you have about the bond ordinance. With that, Matt, do you want to speak to sort of next steps?
Good evening again, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Matt Frishy with Reedy Financial Group. I'm serving as municipal advisor on this bond issuance. Essentially, my role serving as financial and municipal advisor for you guys on behalf of the city for this bond issuance, serving as your guys' fiduciary. Kind of analyzing, I helped the group analyze the process behind what form of bond and what form of levy would we look at potentially losing because of our AV growth, and kind of identifying that tax rate decrease that we would experience because of that large AV growth. And as Jessica said, common practice in the state of Indiana, as you guys know, your maximum levy funds are capped on how much they can grow on an annual basis. Those are used for your operational funds. So we really want to maintain those operational dollars as much as we can. So identifying capital projects that we would potentially otherwise use those operational dollars on down and kind of looking at, we have a potential opportunity where our assessed value is growing. Let's maintain our tax rate. We're not raising taxes here. We are maintaining our city tax rate in order to fund those necessary capital items that will in turn benefit the community. And we do that, like I said, to give us some opportunities and flexibility in the future. The last thing we want to do is to allow the tax rates to decrease. We have a large project next year, and now we have to raise the taxes. Constituents do not like when you raise taxes, obviously. So anytime that we can utilize an advantage or utilize an opportunity to maintain our tax rate, fund necessary capital, give us flexibility in the future in the form of other additional projects, or even in the form of levy growth appeals, right? That's another big piece here. Doing this, keeping our rate level and having the debt structured so that it falls off as time progresses, gives us the opportunity when in future years, if we do qualify for a levy growth appeal, we can capture that levy growth appeal without raising taxes once again. Our goal with all of this is to develop a financial plan that gets us level tax rates so we don't have so many fluctuations and have to worry about raising taxes in the future for necessary projects. As far as next steps, Landon will come up here in a second, serving as placement agent here. We've really worked closely with them on developing and reviewing the offering document for the bond issuance, and then working through with them on reviewing bids that were received, and then moving forward through the closing process. So we're at the point where we're seeking, obviously, the approval on the bond issuance process. From there, we'll move into the sale of the bonds, see what bids we get back on those bonds, and then we will work towards closing and drafting all of the closing documents with Landon's team and with Thomas's team.
Landon Boehm with Robert W. Baird. Members of the council, thank you for your time. Our role as underwriter and placement agent is to execute the best pricing that we can get for the city, for the bonds. That ultimately translates to lower taxpayer payments. From here on out, we've got about a 2 to 4 week timetable to look to finalize marketing, pricing, and closing on the bonds by early December-ish. We'll be working to finalize the amortization schedule, which then feeds through the DLGF to generate our 1782 notice by the end of the year. So all of this is interconnected, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
Before we move to council questions, I'll just ask if there's anyone else from the administration that would like to add any comments or have any input right now? Nothing?
Thanks, Andy, for offering. I don't think that there is. Yeah, we're good.
Okay, good. So that's enough. The initial presentation. So at this point, we will have questions from council members. Councilmember Rallo.
Yes, thanks. So I think my first question is to Controller McClellan. So you provided a direct debt summary of the city of Bloomington to the council. It was distributed to us yesterday, I think, and it has various categories. And help me understand, in our packet, we have a chart that indicates the 2023 debt per capita of the 20 largest Indiana cities. We fall out at number 10 with $3,391 per capita of debt per person. And we remain 10th, it says in the summary. But what I would like to know is that amount per capita reflected in the total debt summary that you gave us? In other words, specifically, what does that number refer to? We have direct debt of various obligation bonds in this table you gave us. Total direct debt. You have indirect debt, which is parks bonds, looks like mostly. Then there's indirect debt related to things like TIF bonds, and then And then there is quite a sizable sum of debt under the category enterprise debt, which is mostly utilities. It looks like it's exclusively utilities. So if we were to, is that $3,391 per capita reflected in the total sum, including the utilities debt?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so if I were to total all those numbers and divide it by 79,000 people,
right.
we would end up with 3,391.
Yeah, fingers crossed. I didn't do the math. I
Okay.
pulled that chart from
Okay,
SBOA.
that helps me understand that quite a bit.
Yes, but that's the theory behind that number, yes.
Okay, good. And then regarding that number, which ranks us as 10, what would it be without the general obligation bonds? It would just be incremental.
I did do that. That's the same. It would be the same. We wouldn't raise to 10, we wouldn't raise or lower. It's like such a minute amount that we wouldn't pass or drop below any other city.
Yeah, that makes sense because it's $4 million compared to
Exactly, yeah.
quite a sum.
Right.
Okay, I think I'll just, I have other questions, but I'll let my colleagues have a stab, come back. Thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Asare.
Thank you all so much. I might have asked questions along this line of thinking multiple times, sort of as we've been discussing this. So, but just I think that there's lots of things change, and so just I think it's worth just discussing somewhat again, but also in reflection of some of the things that were just said. Could you maybe unpack the assumptions about economic growth and stability that are underpinning our sort of modeling here and our feelings that this is a good idea, that it's going to continue to give us that flexibility. And we brought up things like tax levies, whatever you call them. What's the technical term that we would ask DLGF to give us as an example, like a levy appeal, there's some assumptions, right, that we're making about both current stability, future growth, and how are we mitigating that not happening, or those potential possibilities not coming to fruition, for example.
Okay, I will try. You lead me, if I'm not going in the right direction, you just stop me. Bloomington is growing. Our assessed value grew a lot, almost 13% last year. We have, like you said, we have economic growth. Like, we are a very lucky city. We are really growing. But we need tax dollars to fund our operations, and our operations is mostly recurring operational expenses, like keeping the lights on, paying the gas bill, and paying our people, and really keeping our buildings up and running. And there's a lot of deferred maintenance, like keeping our buildings up and running, getting new buildings when old buildings are falling down. Those are sort of things that you need to just like plan out into the future. So even though our city is growing, our tax collections are capped. They're capped at 4% growth every year, and that's really difficult for a city like us that's experiencing growth. So I hope this is where I get to what you're talking about, is like, what tools do cities have that are growing to fund those, where we want to fund those capital expenses. We're freeing up cash to pay our operational expenses, which are also growing, and we're finding other ways to pay for projects that we can plan out into the future. We can plan 2, 3, 4, 5 years ahead and say, okay, we're gonna have to bond for that. We really need this certain building. We're gonna have to bond for that in the future. And so it's really just, you can't always rely on cash in an organization as big as us. And I think this is the right step for a city like us to take that is growing. And I hope that addresses growth.
So what if we stopped growing? What if, if we were in a recession, what happens if all of those positive economic indicators were to shift?
The good thing about a GO bond is that it will always generate taxes to pay the debt service. We will always be able to meet our debt service because this GO bond is going to have just a little tiny bit of tax collection on your tax bill, a little tiny bit of that is going to be legally dedicated to this bond. We have to spend it on this bond, and it will be there until, and Matt can come and help.
Thank you. I can just add to that point a little bit, right? So whenever we structure a bond, we ultra conservative, right? We don't plan for future growth. When we structure this debt, one, we're assuming that there will be no AV growth beyond what next year is going to be, just to stay conservative, right? If you guys do experience growth, your tax rate will ultimately drop in future years because we are only factoring in next year's AV into the future, right? The other thing I'd add is this is a 2-year financing, right? It's a very short-term debt. And the way we're looking at structuring it, we're structuring most of the maturities in the first year to maintain our tax rate next year, as I said, is our goal. And then the second year actually has a much lower principal maturity repayment amount. And we do that specifically because we don't know what 26's AV is going to do, right? So if in the event that it were to drop, we are giving ourselves enough of a gap that we would not, by no means would tax rate ever end up raising, right?
Thank you so much.
Additional questions from council members? Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for your work on this and for the presentations. For the controller, I wanted to ask about the project list in Exhibit A, and specifically, it's incorporated within the language of the ordinance itself by reference. What types of changes, if any, from that project list are legally permissible?
Well, that sounds like a legal question, so I would love bond counsel to help me out. But as far as the administration is going to kind of put this into practice, this list is our list. Some of these are very vague, like projects included in the transportation plan, and we have to come to council and talk about what those priorities are. Thomas, would you mind helping me out directly on the legal question?
Let me restate, just if changes from the project list are legally permissible, and if so, under what conditions?
I don't want to sound glib in answering this. They're not. There aren't going to be changes to this Exhibit A. And that's for a couple of reasons. One of them is these bonds will be sold to a purchaser. And once you sell those bonds to the purchaser, they have certain expectations. That's one of the reasons why there's a section in the ordinance talking about how can you amend this ordinance. That's not typical of the ordinances that come before you, but that's because the relationship here, we add a third party. We're adding that bondholder. So if project changes were to occur, you're going to need consent of the bondholder. So as a practical matter, that doesn't happen. The list has been intentionally drafted very, very narrowly. It pained me a little bit in drafting it to leave out words like including but not limited to. This is intended to be an exhaustive list. As the controller stated, some of these bullet points are a little bit general. Projects included in the Bloomington Transportation Plan, that's a big bucket, and I think there are likely to be some conversations about what exactly is going to be funded out of that. There's also some wisdom in not pigeonholing yourself too much, because one of the challenges can be you have bond proceeds left over and no project to apply them to, which actually can cause you some challenges under the tax rules. So to recap, as a practical matter, there will be no changes to Exhibit A.
And thank you. Just one final follow-up to put a finer point with an example. There's 6 pretty specific Parks Department projects. One is roof replacement at Woodlawn Bryan Park Shelter. Would roof replacement at a shelter other than Woodlawn Bryan Park Shelter be allowed, for instance? Okay, thank you.
Other questions from council members? Councilmember Strasburg.
So I'm going to maybe apologize up front for this being kind of a half-formed question in some ways. and it goes back to my hearing a tidbit of news a couple of weeks ago about the bond market changing potentially as a result of the election, and that bond rates potentially increasing, and that maybe being a concern in some way that was not particularly defined. So I was hoping you could speak to whether that's a concern. And I understand, like, in the text of this, it like caps the interest rate, so I'm not worried about us having to pay more interest than we're maybe expecting to, but is there a danger of like there not being a buyer for these bonds at all?
At the moment, we don't see any risk to that. Just to recap what you're seeing in the media, the bond market. Oh, yes, again, Landon Boehm with Robert W. Baird. The bond market did have a negative reaction to the election result, showing higher yields. I do want to bring this home, though, because as a body, you authorize many things, including things that we bring. So recently we did the TIF refunding bonds, and we got that priced before the election, before the rates went up. And that was a great move. Every account we've made on, looking back at what rate we got then versus what rate we could now is a great analysis and great result. For these bonds, given that they're only 2 years in maturity, there's not a lot of interest that we're going to pay anyways. And the move in interest rates pre-election to post-election seemingly is around 0.25%. So what we've really focused on is eliminating as many costs to the transaction as we can. And I think we scraped off about $35,000 a cost that will make a bigger dent than the move in the interest rate that we're going to contend with. So. And that's our job.
Great, thank you.
Other questions from council members? I will take a first round question and then go back to my colleagues for additional questions in a second round. It's been mentioned multiple times that this will be a 2-year maturity, but the way the ordinance is written, it says 3 years. Or up to 3 years? Is it legally binding somewhere that it's only 2 years?
There's a weird timing issue with the payments that made that necessary.
Yeah, so the way these bonds are structured is there will be payments on June 30th and December 30th of 2025 and 2026. We're expecting these bonds to close in early December 2024. I was told there would be no math, but 2 years, when you're talking about maximum maturity, you start from the date of closing. So if you add 2 years from early December, you don't get to that December 30th, 2026 payment. So it's drafted to provide 3 years, in part because the market doesn't normally see a 2.5-year maturity like that. That's not sort of a thing. It's drafted as 3. All the schedules, everything that we've been looking at has a December 30th, 2026 final payment. So that's the discrepancy between the 2 and 3.
Thank you. All right, Councilmember Flaherty, you had another question.
Yeah, thank you. It was following up more on the project list, in particular the open-endedness of the bulk of the capital, which is in the engineering department related to various projects. Could either the controller or the city engineer, who I see in the audience as well, speak to either what is planned, maybe also why so vague as opposed to identifying projects? The transportation plan isn't short of, for instance, specific high-priority network projects that were meant to be implemented by now that we haven't gotten to. So why this approach as opposed to naming the things? And then also, could you give any information about what projects are planned or how you plan to go about making that decision?
Well, I'll start out by just about why it's vague from my perspective was that it was a very quick turnaround and timeline to put this project list together, and we thought it was better to not define it and give engineering time to do like the cost analysis and research and timing. I know a lot of timing goes into planning engineering projects, and so I just wanted to give them more time to make that decision, and that it didn't necessarily need to be made at the time of this project list. And I would love it if Andrew has anything that he could add to that. We have several meetings set up. We have a meeting set up this week to talk more about this list and talk about the plan for implementing this and about how to coordinate with council and council priorities in 2025.
Thank you.
Good evening, Andrew Seabor, City Engineer. I think in my mind there are a series of projects that are at various stages of development. There's a couple that are actively in like a planning or conceptual stage that are not yet fully adopted with a fully slated vision. And so this provides some of that flexibility for as those projects are fully developed that we can take action on them. So a couple that are just out there and being talked about are projects like those on Indiana, the College and Walnut study. So it just provides ability to take action on something along those lines.
Okay, sorry, can you speak to the intended process by which the administration would make a decision? Is council involved at all, informed, consulted, collaborated with, in what ways? Or commissions for that matter?
I guess specific to, I almost might defer to our planning department that's leading some of those too, that's present, but certainly generally just to stay very open to collaborating. If there are questions, wanting updates, just always feel free to reach out. We're happy to share that information.
Okay, thank you.
I envision that we'll have at least one sort of like workshop sort of meeting like we had to develop this bond, where we talk about those priorities and we take feedback and we take comments and we take suggestions, because our priorities really align with your priorities, and I don't think that, we really want to know what's important to you as an administration, so.
Thank you.
Councilmember Rallo, you had another question.
Yeah, I had a couple questions. Could Deputy Attorney Kulak, could you put the Exhibit A up so that the public could see it? Is that possible? Because we keep referring to it, and it would be, I'm not sure everybody at home can know what we're referring to. So Exhibit A is that the proceeds of the bonds will be used to pay for all or a portion of the cost of the following projects, and Parks and Recreation Department projects total $333,500, and the bulk of it goes to Engineering Department projects, which is $3.75 million. So my first question is, Council Attorney Lehner, you reviewed the ordinance, and you had a number of questions, and you relayed those to the bond council. There was an exchange, and I appreciate you doing that, very thorough. And you sent it to us on November 4th. Did you, or were you satisfied with the answers that were provided? Were there any follow-ups that you saw in terms of the legal document that you had?
Yes, I had multiple exchanges with Thomas and with the controller, and we met on at least one occasion to discuss those questions, and my questions were answered.
Terrific, great, good to hear. Check that off. So under the Engineering Department projects, there's a lot of specificity in this, and then there are very vague topics. For instance, community traffic calming projects, which I assume would constitute potentially millions. Maybe reflecting on Councilmember Flaherty's question, to what extent is there going to be council involvement in terms of, will they be coming to us in an appropriation ordinance? They won't. So the collaborative approach you were speaking about, was council and the mayor or the administration would meet and collaborate on what those projects might resemble, or what they might.
Yeah, I think so. Yeah,
Okay.
it's this bond ordinance includes the appropriation ordinance, and so the money is appropriated and it can legally be spent on any of these projects. But we really want to know what you think. I speaking we really want to know what you think about the transportation plan. I'm sure that engineering will give you updates on what they want to do with community traffic calming projects, and I'm sure that there's areas that you have in mind that you would like to share our top priority for you. Is that what you would like, if I may ask?
Actually, what I would like is probably something that you can't provide, and that is an actual vote on an appropriation ordinance where we are held accountable in terms of funding what could be very large permanent changes in roadways that may or may not reflect the desire of our constituents. I mean, this is something, as I think a lot of people know, I've encountered in District 4, which was a very large project that came forward. It was seen as unneeded. It constituted hundreds of thousands of dollars, and it seems, in my mind, to be unneeded and unjustified. And so my trouble with this is that I'm essentially signing off on something that I will have no say in, other than, an informal exchange, as opposed to a definitive, vote where constituents can see it.
Question there?
Yeah,
Sorry.
you want to respond?
I think I heard a question, Thomas Cameron, Quarles and Brady. I think I heard a question about could there be standalone appropriation ordinances sort of individually. That is not how the bond ordinance is currently set up. And one of the reasons why it's done with a single appropriation is in order to be a tax-exempt bond, you have to have the expectation of spending the bond proceeds down on a certain timeline. And by appropriating all of the dollars, that sort of checks the initial box. If you don't have an appropriation up front, if you have it trail or do it sort of piecemeal, that starts to raise questions about, do you truly have you met all of the requirements to issue tax-exempt bonds? So the standard practice is to do one appropriation and to appropriate all of the dollars at once. In terms of particular projects, I'll certainly defer to staff about how to handle that piece of the puzzle.
Well, thank you for that clarity. I'm not sure it eases my concern, but I understand it.
May I try to address that concern as Marjorie Rice Corporation Counsel? I think what you're asking for is more input on the project when the project, sort of some of those broad categories, if I'm understanding it correctly. So, when you guys appropriate the funds, then it flips over to the executive branch to make decisions regarding how to spend that money. So, as Council Member Strasburg said earlier, there are two branches of government, and there are checks and balances. And so your check is to tell us how much money to spend and give us the appropriation, and then the executive gets to decide with staff whether to spend that money or not, and how to spend that money within the parameters of the appropriation ordinance. And I don't know if the engineer wants to come up and talk about it, but he can explain how those, and you might want to come up, to explain how those decisions are made on a staff level and a policy level. Sure. Okay.
Sorry. I think just to speak, for example, the community traffic calming projects was the one listed as an example. To me, that line specifically is something that in recent years the City Council Sidewalk Committee has funded. So we are essentially trying to alleviate that item from the council's funding burden to free up more funds to build sidewalks. I think every year the council's basically set aside $50,000 to help fund traffic calming. So not the large neighborhood greenway projects that I think that to me is a different bucket of project, though it does include traffic calming elements. But this is the smaller traffic calming that comes from the community, and there is also still a public process that goes currently through the Bicycle and Pedestrian Safety Commission as well.
Okay, I would like a follow-up on this because this is interesting. So when I read community traffic calming projects, that's going to be relegated to sidewalks and/or community or neighborhood-led traffic calming. They're not going to be large projects initiated by staff. Is that correct? Is that what you're saying?
Correct. To me, the traffic calming projects are the resident-led traffic calming process and helping to fund that component of our capital project process.
Okay. Well, okay. That should, can we amend this document so that that is explicit in that line? If that's the intent?
I'm waiting to see if Thomas can help us answer that, if we can amend it on the fly here. But we did, just to harken back to what he said about not being too restrictive in the description of the projects is a good thing.
So legally, we can, at this stage, amend this project list, but I guess the question is, you know, how would you want it amended? And is that something, you know, maybe we have that conversation right now about what that looks like, and whether that's something that, you know, the administration thinks makes sense. Obviously, we want to get the council's approval on this tonight, so if, you know, if there's a specific amendment, I think we, you know, you let us know what you think that is, and we'll have this conversation. I know that this list, I think, we had several work sessions to talk about what it was supposed to be. So maybe you can let us know how you think this should be amended.
Well, what I heard the director of engineering say was that it was sidewalks and neighborhood-initiated traffic calming. It was not large-scale staff-led traffic calming. So if that could be made explicit as an amendment, that would help me a great deal, if that's agreeable.
Councilmember Strasburg has a point of information.
I do. I think that I just want to clarify something that Mr. Seabour said in terms of sidewalks. So what he was referring to is our sidewalk commission has the last couple of years devoted some of our sidewalk commission funds to the neighborhood traffic calming effort. And so what he's saying, instead of us having to do that this year, or doing that at all this year, that money from this bond would be used for that expenditure. So there would still be that $50,000 in the neighborhood traffic calming pot of money for neighborhood-led initiatives. And that would leave more money in the sidewalk fund to actually fund sidewalks. As opposed to, I don't think, and Mr. Seabour can correct me if I'm wrong, but I don't think that he intends sidewalks to be funded out of this bond money. It's that the bond money would allow our sidewalk commission funds to go just for sidewalks.
And I'll
Is that correct, Mr. Seaboard? So it's neighborhood-initiated projects, the small scale.
Yeah, and just to be clear, I am referring to sub-bullet 2A of this exhibit. That's the one I was speaking to specifically, and Councilmember Strasburg was correct.
Yes, that's what I'm referring to, too.
Yes.
Okay. Madam President, is it advisable if I want to proceed with this, is the clarity to be provided by the administration, or would you like to see this in the form of an amendment?
Does 2E address what you're talking about? So in 2E, there's projects included in the Bloomington Transportation Plan, Safe Streets for All. So 2 has A, B, C, D, and E. I think what you're talking about might be included in E already. But tell me if you disagree.
I disagree, because the community traffic calming projects, the Hawthorne-Weatherstone Greenway was a community traffic calming project.
Point of order, or point of information, that was a Greenways project. That was not community traffic calming in term. I mean, that was specifically a Greenways project, and Greenways is not up there under that list.
I guess what I'm saying is there's an ambiguity in 2A. I'd like specificity.
Councilmember Rallo, I don't know if I'm interpreting what Corporation Counsel Rice was saying, but I believe that in 2E, it says projects in the transportation plan, and we do have neighborhood greenways in the transportation plan. So if you want to avoid spending any money on neighborhood greenways, then you might have to look at 2E as well.
I'll thank you for that. Is that your understanding, too, in helping me understand these projects?
So that is correct. When I was referring to 2A, that was the resident-led traffic calming process, but 2E would include, does enable us to spend some of this bond money to further the neighborhood greenway projects.
Got it. Okay, thank you. Appreciate your indulgence.
Are there other questions? Councilmember Strasburg.
I'm just going to follow up on that for just a second as a point of clarification, because these GO bonds have limitations about what we can spend money on, because we can spend money on capital projects, right? Does that include planning for those projects, or is it only actual installation? I don't know who wants to take that one first.
Yes, it would be sort of the project. So preliminary engineering through construction would put under that umbrella.
Okay, thanks. I just wanted that clarification.
Are there any other questions before we go to the public? Okay, I have one more question. The Exhibit A adds up to $4.3 million, so I'm wondering where are the actual bond issuance costs going to come from, since we've already hit the total amount of the bond with just the project list?
So you are correct that the total project items in Exhibit A add up to $4.3 million. That's done for a number of reasons, one of which is to make sure that the city can use all of the bond proceeds for projects. We have sort of penciled in the cost of issuance into the engineering department projects, so that number is a little bit higher than I think some of the earlier discussions that you had with staff, so that those fit within there, with the idea being once costs of issuance are paid, everything else would fit into that larger bucket.
Okay, so the project list kind of gives a maximum for those projects, but we understand that some money will be taken out for the bonding costs.
Yes, the 3.751 will be a little bit less once the cost of issuance are taken out.
Okay, thank you. All right, let's go to the public. Is there any member of the public who would like to comment on ordinance 2024, what are we, -24, general obligation bonds? Come to the podium and sign in, please, and also state your name, and then you'll have up to 3 minutes. And if you are joining us on Zoom, please use the raise hand function, which is normally found under the reactions button at the bottom of your screen. We'll start here.
Great, thanks. My name's Greg Alexander. I can't overstate how important it is that if you don't agree with a policy, then vote against the policy. Don't save up your objections until you must micromanage the funding. This body has already repeatedly authorized the traffic calming and greenways programs, as well as the transportation plan, with robust public process. Staff not only has your permission, but your legal mandate to implement these projects. When they get a hold of money, they are obligated to spend those funds on the priorities that have already been approved. If you want them to spend the money differently, the correct technique is to modify the policy. Starving them of funding because you disagree with the policy is bad governance. Thanks.
Do we have anybody raising a hand on Zoom?
Yes, we have a comment that came into chat, and we also have a hand raised at this time.
Okay, would you like to go ahead and read the chat comment?
Sure. The chat comment is from Kevin Kioff, who says, Question growth. Comment. Made that city is growing, needs revenue. I Googled this. Seems that Bloomington has seen some growth, but also has major challenges. Also, there was one article that reads, quote, Bloomington is currently declining at a rate of negative 0.1% annually, and its population has decreased by negative 0.4% since the most recent census, which recorded a population of 79,077 in 2020, end quote. So, is Bloomington growing? Or maybe there seems to be a pause in the rate of growth. That's the comment.
Thank you. We'll get to the Zoom person after the next in-person comment. So the next person in person here in Chambers, please approach the podium.
My name is Joe Davis, and I'm here representing TOP, the taxpayer objection petitioners. And we strongly insist that this GO bond not be approved and not move forward with it. We heard at the beginning of the session that the city has adequate funds, but they want a buffer. We already are overfunded, but they want a buffer. However, these funds are going to be immediately distributed, and once that distribution takes place, just like my fellow public commenter, the council will have no authority, only to potentially direct a more efficient spend down of those funds, but they're going to be spent nonetheless. The public has not been given any opportunity to comment on these proposed projects. The public knows nothing of what is being asked for. And if we just look at the financial impact statement in the packet, it says a GO bond above the 2024 threshold of $6,350,466 would be a controlled project that would trigger a petition and a remonstrance process. So why don't we up this amount so the public can have some input? This is basically trying to skirt the public's involvement and knowledge of how this money is going to be used. And it's too late to close the barn doors after the cows have gotten out. It is too late. We don't need this. This is a public obligation which the public will have no way of getting out of. No way whatsoever. This is not a time to borrow money. Any person who has ever listened to a Dave Ramsey episode understands that debt is not where the best use of resources is found. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And we'll now go to Zoom.
Yes, we have Steve Volan.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Thank you. I'm homesick tonight, but I'm watching this meeting with interest. I addressed in 2022 the question of Bloomington's growth.
Confirm your full name for the record.
Thank you. Sorry about that. I addressed in 2022 in Chambers the question of Bloomington's growth, showing that IU dorm populations alone were undercounted by more than 3,000 people between 2010 and 2020. If anyone believes, for example, that Foster Quad had 1,100 residents in 2010, but only 8 in 2020, then they would believe that Bloomington is shrinking, but it's not. To the issue, I share Mr. Alexander's concern about following policy rather than relitigating it when funding comes up. At the same time, I want to remind Council of the vote on the 2018 bond that called for bringing gateways to Bloomington. The only text provided by the administration then was a line or two claiming that 4 gateways would be built. After Council approved the bond, the administration soon decided arbitrarily to reduce the number of gateways to 2. Then the pandemic intervened. By the time the administration brought spending from that bond forward last year, they were down to a single gateway, the infamous monolith design, which was pulled only after tremendous public pressure and ridicule. So Councilmember Rallo is correct to be concerned about this issue. I'm proud to note that I was the only member at the time to vote against the bond because of this lack of specificity. I'm not advocating against this bond per se, however. But once Council approves it, Council will have no further direct control over the money. Either Council needs to trust this and future administrations need to be more specific on the projects they will build before asking for a bond approval, or Council must come up with a way to track administration promises, or Council must accept when the administration spends money on something dramatically different. Thanks for your time.
All right, great. Is there anybody else here in council chambers? Is there anybody else on Zoom? Thank you. We will come back to council members. Are there any follow-up questions before we go to comments? Councilmember Stossberg?
Yeah, I just want to talk a little bit about our general, or ask and clarify for the public and anybody who's uncertain about our general procedures right now for projects coming out of the transportation plan and some of those planning things. So this might be best for Mr. Seabour if he wants to come up for that. So my understanding right now is that pretty much any of these big project plans that go through have a robust public comment period. I'm thinking about the Indiana Avenue potential changes, had several public meetings last summer, several opportunities for input from the public, from council members, from anybody really. Are there any projects in general, because this just says projects, that would be included in here that would not, in your eyes right now, have that kind of robust public comment period and process?
I think in the big buckets of like transportation plan or Safe Streets for All implementation projects, those are big projects that will have a robust public engagement process through planning, through design, and sometimes even as we get to construction, so we can talk about construction impacts. Some of the other projects, just to honest, like a curb ramp type project is just a much more difficult project to have meaningful discussion about at scale. So those are listed as examples, and so some projects may have less engagement, but the larger projects that tend to get the attention will certainly have opportunities for public discussion.
Okay, so in terms of this project list, the things that would either be coming from the public directly or have robust periods of public comment would be A, because that's a neighborhood-led program, and E, because those would be big projects. But B and C are smaller projects, and so that would not necessarily have any kind of public input process, and D looks pretty specific.
Yeah, D is very specific, and honestly, I don't have the list in front of me to remember what B and C was. One was
B is crosswalk safety improvements, and C is curb ramps.
Yes, so the crosswalk safety and curb ramps, those are also projects that tend to be funded with federal funding, and so this is our local match to help those. So they're also going through the Metropolitan Planning Organization, and do tend to also have opportunities for involvement through that steps too.
So B and C
B
go
and
through
C
the MPO?
Generally are also projects in our MPO Transportation Improvement Program as well, yes.
Okay, so essentially all of these projects except for D, because it's very specific, will have some kind of a public hearing kind of process of some kind somewhere.
Yes, and just to be clear, to all projects should also just have a project website on the city's engineering page, and people are always more than welcome to reach out, and we'll share information.
Great, thank you very much.
Yep.
Questions? Councilmember Rallo.
Mr. Seaboard, just to clarify that clarification. So 2E, large projects, either in Safe Streets for All or the transportation plan, would be ultimately signed off on by, at this point, the proposed Advisory Transportation Commission.
I think that's a good point, and I know the next agenda topic, one of the action items, are for projects to go before a proposed Transportation Commission to review all projects with that safety lens. So that's an action item of that plan, and the details of how to do that are still, it's a plan that's not yet adopted, but yeah, that's I think the spirit of it.
Okay, as proposed, and as as exists now, it goes before the Bike and Ped Safety Commission. It would be proposed to go before the Advisory Transportation Commission, but it will not come before the council. That's my question.
That, I guess, speaking specifically to projects like neighborhood greenways, per the adopted policy and framework that is in place, yes, those would go currently through Bike Ped, and potentially if the commissions change, it would go to that new advisory commission.
Got it. Thanks.
Any other follow-up questions? All right, we'll go to council debate. Do any council members have comment on ordinance 2024-24, GO bonds? Councilmember Flaherty?
Thank you. Yeah, I have a few comments. I plan to support these. I think it's a sensible approach overall with respect to strategy about our tax rate and using these short-term bonds. I also want to note and credit the controller for, I think, what has been a fairly collaborative process. I talk about that a lot, and there's some areas we're not doing so well, and some areas we are doing well, and so thank you. Obviously, a lot of the theme has been a discussion of what I think our bond counsel referenced as don't want to pigeonhole ourselves too much. We want, some flexibility, but not, the trick with that is just how much free reign. The Corporation Council talked about we appropriate the money, you decide how to spend it. But it's like, well, that's a spectrum. Like, you could have just brought a bond and said, we'll spend it on capital projects we want to, or maybe more specificity is required. But we could hold you to a standard with this if we wanted to name the specific projects from the transportation plan and leave it at that. And so, as Mr. Volan remarked, we're not doing so kind of at our own risk of not knowing for sure what will be implemented. And the trick with that is that this hasn't always gone well. 2 examples in my service have basically had pretty serious departures from what was communicated and presented to the council as the basis for passing a bond ordinance, and then, again, severe departures in the future with no approval or serious consultation from the council to get alignment on that new direction. The example in the Hamilton administration was the Parks GO bonds, trying to follow through on a commitment that Mr. Alexander has spoken to many times, a decades-long commitment to create safe, separated bicycle and pedestrian infrastructure to connect to Bloomington North High School. We still don't have that many, many years later. The council did vote to fund that project. I think there's actually multiple instances that we voted to fund that project. It still hasn't been done. And that's really concerning. We're taking the administration at its word when you present things to us and vote on them, and that's why we're getting more and more detailed in these questions about what legally is and is not allowed. That is why we want specificity. I think the flexibility here I'm okay with, but I do have some concerns about it. The other example is the public safety bonds that primarily were for the purpose of purchasing the Showers West building in order to create a new integrated co-located public safety headquarters for police and fire. Obviously, this administration has chosen not to do that. I had conversations with our Corporation Council and Bond Council about it. Bond Council said that if we did not use the Showers West building for any public safety purchase, that would be a violation of the bond ordinance that would need to be enforced by law. That was all really concerning. I think we've escaped that legal problem, essentially on a technicality or a sort of above de minimis amount of public safety use over there with the fire headquarters. But again, it's kind of a good faith thing. I can say for me personally, and I know some of my colleagues, that pretty severely eroded trust with this administration in the early months it was here. because it was a really severe departure from the thing the council had just voted for and the idea we were sold. So yes, on a technicality with the bond ordinance, they were able to divert funds to other uses that were also allowed. But I share these in detail because they illustrate the pattern and the history across the previous administration, this administration, that yes, does give us real concern and pause when giving flexibility, because this is the moment, this vote, to decide to be specific or not. So I'm just sharing that with everyone, the public, my colleagues, the administration, others, for awareness and as a cautionary tale. Let's not do that again. Fool me 3 times, I guess, I can't imagine voting again on something with this level of flexibility if we get burned again. So I sure hope that's not the case. I look forward to next steps, working together on identifying projects. Thank you.
Councilmember Rollo.
Thank you, and thank you, Bond Counsel. Thank you, Controller McClellan. So I raised this concern. Well, first of all, I raised the concern about public debt, which I'm very concerned about, but my principal concern is about federal debt. This is a nominal addition to the existing debt, so I'm not overly concerned about the debt burden to our taxpayers. What I am concerned about is a subject that I raised at the budget hearings, and that is that we don't have a final say, the specificity of particular projects under certain of those categories. They will go before the proposed Advisory Transportation Commission for their final say, but the council won't. So there's quite a bit of hazard as elected in this situation, because what I risk signing off on is an appropriation that the council will ultimately have no say on. And it's really not enough to refer to plans, because they can be wildly interpreted. I mean, I hadn't anticipated the Hawthorne-Weatherstone project. It was a proposed greenway. It was a hash mark on a map, and I thought it would be some wayfaring signs and some, certainly a pathway which was designated between the 2 streets and so forth, but I didn't expect something of that magnitude, and neither did the public. So, and when something like that happens, I mean, it's been brought to my attention, and I affirm that there's a lot of capital needs that in the community that people witness and describe that aren't met. For instance, on the very street where the Hawthorne-Weatherstone Greenway is, the roadway is cracked and crumbling and should be repaved. So we're not paving the streets, but we're putting in greenway projects that I think are unjustified. And there's an opportunity cost in terms of those projects are needed somewhere else. And I think that the council should vet that process, actually, because ultimately we're obligated to listen to our constituents. So I don't think I can support this because of that lack of specificity. If it was coming, if it was apparent, I would, because I think that this is not a bad process for applying funds to capital projects. And it's a short-term debt, and I'm satisfied with that. I'm just not satisfied without having that specificity that's needed. So I'm afraid I'll have to vote no on this. Thank you.
Are there other council member comments? Councilmember Ruff.
I think I'll have to agree with Councilmember Rollo on this, and a little bit of what, Councilmember Flaherty apparently shares some of these general concerns about specificity and about just relying on, the difference between roof replacement at Woodlawn Bryan Park Shelter and having that be immutable in any way legally under this bond, and then having what we see down under the engineering projects. I like a lot about this approach with these bonds, and to pay for capital projects and to keep our tax rate, level, so we don't find ourselves short and then having to ask for increases later. But I'm just, I'm not comfortable with the lack of specificity and then being held accountable myself as part of the body that, and how I voted. If something turns out to be something that I agree with Councilmember Rallo was vehemently opposed to, and I think was a tremendous missed opportunity, misallocation of scarce funds, just for one example, that the Hawthorne Weatherstone Greenway. And I heard one of the some of the administration in the original initial presentation mentioned something about Indiana Avenue possibly being a project that some of this might go to. And I have a lot of concerns and questions about what that's going to, in the end, turn out to be, that project, and that this might be funding that. And I might end up feeling the same way towards that as I did towards some of the other things I've seen. And so I'm just going to, I don't want to have to vote no, but I'm going to have to vote no on this.
Is that it? Are you finished?
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Any other comments? Councilmember Stossberg.
Thank you. I'll go ahead and comment. I appreciate at this point the level of specificity, and I also can see the point that especially E probably of number 2 is less specific. And I think that if we kind of rewind ourselves a little bit, one of the reasons for that in this particular case is because the Safe Streets for All plan is, I mean, it's not approved yet. First of all, we're doing that tonight, and then it still will have to go back to Plan Commission because teaser, it needs to be amended from what was originally presented at Plan Commission. And that plan needs to further instruct how we prioritize projects that were already in the transportation plan. And so that's why at this point, I mean, this is a 2-year bond. It's just over 2 years. Honestly, when you think about big capital projects like that, $3.7 million is sort of a drop in the bucket of big capital projects for those kinds of modifications. And I think that I'm not going to speculate on that. Anyway, I'm comfortable with the level of specificity here. And I suppose the caveat to that is I'm comfortable with it kind of under the assumption that all of those projects will continue to have the robust periods of public comment that they have had to date. And I would encourage any council members who have concerns about those to participate in those. I mean, my particular neighborhood that I was in has been slated as the next step in a neighborhood greenway project. And we had, and I say we, our neighborhood, had maybe 4 meetings with the city. I think it was at least 3, maybe 4 throughout the spring and summer about the project planning. I think that we had lots of input. Some of our neighborhood representatives met individually with planning staff because they wanted to verify further concerns. There was really a lot of space and time. Our entire neighborhood met together. Maybe not our entire neighborhood. Like 20 people in our neighborhood walked the entire path one day together without any city representation, city staff representation. So, there was a lot of engagement with that. And so I would encourage anybody who has concerns about any of that to engage robustly, because those opportunities exist and we as individuals can choose what level we want to engage with them at. And I have found staff to be receptive of concerns. And sometimes, you have concerns and you voice them, and what you learn is new information. And we all have to be open to that new information and go, okay, maybe my concerns aren't valid. Let me look into this even more. And so I will be voting in favor of this tonight and continuing to heavily engage in some of those public comment periods for these projects. Thank you.
Any other final comments? All right, I will take a turn. I will say, first of all, if council members want the council to have the final say over transportation projects, then they should bring legislation so that it's required for the council to have final say over those projects. That is not, this bond should not be held captive by that disagreement on policy. Now, I'm not saying I would agree with that, having council have final say over all these projects, but that would be the venue and the context to have this discussion. I also want to say that I think that nobody wants to repeat the Hawthorne, Weatherstone, Greenway process. I think it was very, very hard on planning transportation staff and on neighbors and on council members and on a lot of people in our community. And I think that the new administration has also said, you know, what I've gathered is that they would also do things a little differently. And I know Mayor Thompson, you know, has tried to listen and learn from that process. So with that, I do support the GO bonds. I think it's about time we did something like this. It's like, this is how we should be funding capital projects, not with our annual budget. So I am going to vote yes tonight, and I think we should continue to have bonds like this. So, Clerk Bolden, Councilmember Rollo, 2-minute second call.
I did bring up legislation to give council final say on projects like that. But apart from that, the specificity is needed because without it, there won't be accountability. The accountability would be elsewhere. It won't rest with the council will ultimately be accountable because we made this appropriation, but the specifics will be held accountable for. Thank you.
Any other rebuttals? Okay. Clerk Bolden, will you please call the roll on ordinance 2024-24, which is the public hearing for this item. I don't think we specified that. This is the legal public hearing. And now we can vote.
Councilmember Flaherty?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Rallo?
No.
Ruff?
No.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Daly?
Yes.
Thank you.
And that ordinance passes by a vote of 7-2.
Moving on, I would like to move Resolution 2024-20 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
It's been moved and seconded. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Clerk Bolden, will you please read?
Resolution 2024-20 to amend the City of Bloomington's transportation plan in order to incorporate the Safe Streets and Roads for All Safety Action Plan. The synopsis is as follows. Pursuant to state law and as directed by the Common Council in Resolution 2024-07, this resolution amends the City of Bloomington's transportation plan in order to incorporate the Safe Streets and Roads for All Safety Action Plan.
I move Resolution 2024-20 be adopted.
Second.
All right. And
I think that at this point, I also want to move Amendment 1 to this piece of legislation. I think I need to do that before it gets presented.
Yes, given the nature of Amendment 1.
Yes.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Councilmember Strasburg, can you please describe Amendment 1?
Yeah, let me just find it. So the short story is that the procedure on this kind of this kind of update to a plan is that it goes through Plan Commission, and then Plan Commission forwards it to us for final approval. And this was handled at Plan Commission in November, but at that point, just because of timing, it was October, sorry. It was approved as a draft document, and there was an expectation at Plan Commission that it was going to be amended further because it was, the draft was incomplete. And so this amendment is basically saying we would like planning right now to present on the final draft of the Safe Streets for All plan as opposed to the original draft that the Plan Commission originally saw back in October. That was gotten to council later than was ideal, and I recognize that. We can think about what to do about that later on, but I would like it if we could move this forward so that Plan Commission or Plan Department can actually present the final document. And then just in case there are further questions about this, because we would have amended this at this level, it will have to go back to Plan Commission for their final approval at their December meeting, which I believe is December 9th. Are there other questions?
Are there questions on Amendment 1? May I ask staff to speak to Amendment 1, please?
Yes, of course. Ryan Roebling, Planning and Transportation, Planning Services Manager. Yes, I would like to thank Councilmember Strasburg for bringing this forward. Her description was exactly right. Because the year is ending and we wanted to get this done before year end so that we would be eligible for grants next year, we wanted to get it through the process since you only had a handful of meetings left before the end of the year. So that was our goal. And then, yeah, we're all set and ready with the final document.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, the amendment just substitutes the final draft of the Safe Streets for All Action Plan plus 3 appendices.
Correct.
For the version that was in our original council packet, is that right?
Yes, and there was an email, and I thought that it was going to go out in the addendum, like a memo of exactly what had changed in case people had already read what was originally in the packet, and I don't see that. So if you give me a minute, I can find that in my email and I can read out those specific changes if anybody wants me to do that for council benefit or for the benefit of the public.
Well, let's see if we have a request for that. Are there any, does any council member want to hear the list of changes from the first draft? Councilmember Rollo?
Yeah, I have a clarification. So we got this addendum this afternoon, and this is a different version of the plan that was in our packet that the public received last week, correct? And there are changes that I haven't read through, and I doubt the public has. Are we going to consider potentially postponing this until next week for our deliberations? Because, this information has just come before us.
Councilmember Strasburg?
I would appreciate it if we could approve the amendment, and then we can get a presentation from the Plan Department. And then if we wanted to postpone a vote on actually approving the plan as amended until the next meeting to ensure that everybody has more time to read through the amended document, I think that would be a fine plan that would still allow it to get to Plan Commission this year for final approval.
Got it. I just want to test the temperature of the council to see if that is, generally speaking, how we're going to proceed. Okay, great, thanks.
Okay, are there any other questions on the amendment before we get the whole presentation? Okay. Going to the public, is there any member of the public who would like to comment on the amendment, which is just substituting one version of the State Streets for All action plan for another? So it's just comments on the amendment at this point.
Where's the amendment?
It is in a packet addendum that was emailed this afternoon. And it's on the council's website under the meeting date of today.
My name is Joe Davis, and I represent the the taxpayer objection petitioners, and this is too little too late. Too little too late. How can the public provide adequate input with something that is just presented last minute? This seriously can't be the way that our local government presents a protection, a duty of care to the people. This looks to me like exploitation of those who are without knowledge. So, no on discussing the amendment right now. This should take place next week. Give the public an opportunity to become informed. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other public comment on the amendment? Is there anybody raising a hand on Zoom? No. Okay, we'll come back to council for comments on the amendment. Councilmember Asare.
Would it be appropriate to ask for the amendment, for the changes from the original draft to be read by Councilmember Strasburg or whoever else feels like they want to read out loud?
Yes, I think that's appropriate. Councilmember Strasburg?
Thank you very much. First of all, from the original plan, formatting and photos have been updated to make the document more engaging. Okay. It might look really different than the original, but most of the text is not different. There have been some correction of typos and grammatical errors. The mayor has put her name on the letter on page 6, and this is of the new document. Page 7 is new. Page 10 has added 6 key elements of the safe systems approach to improve understanding of what that system is. Page 13, in the what we've already done section, there has been a removal of the design standards manual because that manual was a CBU plan, and the Safe Streets for All plan now indicates that that is an action item that they need to complete. Pages 38 through 54, the action items there have changed formatting, added additional descriptions and information, for example, funding details to the items, and those actions have been condensed as much as possible. And this is probably the largest change. Actions themselves haven't changed substantially, but how they are communicated has been updated a lot. Pages 55 and 56 have added additional information regarding how data was used to create the high priority network maps. And pages 57 and 58, the legend for the priority corridors and intersections map has changed so that the lowest priority projects are now labeled medium low. And then finally, the appendices A through C were attached. They were referred to in the original plan with just Appendix XX with no reference, and because those had not been created at the time. And that is what those changes are. So they're not substantially different, but they do look a lot different, and that there are different vocabulary and wording. And honestly, some of those changes, especially for pages 38 through 54, I think kind of addressed, if you looked at the original document, Plan Commission forwarded this with a positive recommendation with one person voting against it. And that was because they had concerns about how some of those action items were phrased. And so I haven't talked to that person yet, but I think, having talked to them before, that those rephrasings may have helped alleviate that person's concerns.
All right, any final comments on the amendment before we vote? Seeing none, Clerk Bolden, will you please call the roll on Amendment 1 to Resolution 2024-20?
Yes, Councilmember Zulik?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Daley?
Yes.
And Flaherty?
Yes.
Thank you.
That amendment passes with a vote of 9-0. Let us now give Mr. Roebling a chance to do the full presentation about the Safe Streets for All action plan.
Thank you. Ryan Roebling, Planning and Transportation, Planning Services Manager.
I'm sorry, point of information.
sorry.
Were these slides emailed to us at all so that then I could avoid craning my neck backwards?
Oh, no, but I can absolutely do that. Hang on one second.
I don't know about anybody else. That would be extremely helpful for me to not have to
It would be
strain
helpful.
myself.
Yeah, absolutely. Sorry, I didn't even think about it. Okay, I just sent it in a follow-up to Councilmember Strasburg's email, so should have it now. Sorry, what's that?
You emailed it to everybody, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, no, sorry, I just followed your email. I'm sorry. I didn't specifically, I did. Yes, no, sorry. I should have been more clear.
All right, Council, let us focus and get back to the presentation.
Okay,
Mr.
thank you.
Roebling.
Sorry. First, I want to acknowledge and apologize again for the non-traditional manner this document is being brought forward, and I want to thank Councilmember Strasburg and Rosenbarger, council staff, and everyone in the city of Bloomington who helped bring this document forward. So Resolution 2420 is an amendment to incorporate the Safe Streets and Roads for All Safety Action Plan into the City of Bloomington Transportation Plan. So why are we amending the transportation plan? Because between 2019 and 2023, there were 443 fatal or life-altering crashes on Bloomington streets. These crashes have permanent and often devastating impacts to families, friends, and neighbors that we have throughout the city. In April of this year, Council passed Resolution 2024-07, which stated a clear goal of achieving 0 traffic deaths and serious injuries on Bloomington streets within 15 years. Council also called for the creation of this safety action plan. The goal states that the city is committed to implementing projects, programs, and policies that work to reduce and eventually eliminate all serious and fatal crashes on our roadways to ensure that everyone is using the city's streets, everyone that is using the city streets, whether walking, biking, driving, or taking transit, can always reach their destination safely. This ambitious goal will be achieved with the help of the Safety Action Plan and the hard work of elected officials, community advocates, local businesses, and the Bloomington's roadway users. The plan includes 4 major sections: finding our focus, setting the stage, getting to zero, progress, and moving forward. The first major change the Safety Action Plan will bring forward is the official adoption of the Safe Systems approach for transportation planning. The safe system approach is founded on the belief that humans are human. People will not always behave perfectly, won't always follow the rules, and may make bad decisions on the roadways. The safe system approach confronts this reality by creating a multifaceted system that acknowledges that many contributors to roadway safety outcomes: safe road users, post-crash care, safe roads, safe vehicles, and safe speeds all work together to create redundancy. The redundant approach means that even if one of these principles fails, there will be multiple other principals ready and waiting to ensure that the safety of the situation remains. For example, if an individual chooses to drive at excessive speeds, the design of the roadway, either through narrow lanes, separated vehicle and pedestrians, speed humps, etc., or any of those factors are included, and it will ensure that the roadway users are safe. Roadway safety and equity go hand in hand. That's a big portion of this document. You'll see that Appendix A is dedicated entirely to equity. So transportation is vital to daily life and community interaction, but policies have historically created inequities for marginalized groups, especially BIPOC and low-income communities. These groups are often face pollution, poor infrastructure, and safety risks due to past discriminatory practices. The Safety Action Plan attempts to address these issues by prioritizing equitable planning, ensuring that the transportation system is safe and accessible to everyone. There are many factors that contribute to how safe the city streets are. Design, operation, and user behaviors all play important roles in and must be understood in order to make things better. The setting the stage section describes the results of these factors by completing a safety analysis which uses crash data and public feedback to assess current conditions. This approach helps identify patterns and gather community input on how to make the streets safer. The first step to the safety analysis was to study fatal and serious injury crashes, also occasionally called FSI crashes. Here, we located every FSI crash from 2019 to 2023, the end of 2023. The streets in Bloomington with the largest FSI crashes are the Bypass, East and West 3rd, College of Walnut, College Mall Road, West Country Club, and Indiana Avenue. You can identify any of these streets solely based on their cluster of FSI crashes. Using crash data we collected, we developed a high injury network to determine streets and intersections that have the highest frequency of FSI crashes. These locations are candidates for safety improvements as part of a data-driven reactive safety program. By targeting these high injury locations with a safe system approach, we can be sure that our investments produce strong results for our roadway users to keep them safe. Along with the high injury network, we developed a high risk network that identifies roads with similar design, land use, population characteristics, etc. This is a proactive approach, which looks beyond past incidents to anticipate future risk by allowing us to pinpoint candidates for safety improvements. For example, we heard that Indiana Avenue appears on the high injury network. Dunn Avenue shares many similar characteristics. It is a multi-lane one-way street, it is downtown, and it features a number of pedestrian users. So a proactive approach to safety will ensure that both roadways are analyzed for needed safety improvements. In addition to crash data and analysis, the city set forth on a monumental engagement effort to seek out how users feel about safety on the city streets. People's feelings and opinions around street safety are formed through a number of ways, combinations of personal experience, conversations and stories within their community, and perception. It's invaluable to understand these feelings and thoughts about street safety because any recommendation or project that results from this plan will aim to not only factually improve safety on Bloomington streets, but also increase people's feelings of safety as they travel. The city conducted a wide variety of public engagement, from an online web map and survey that I think you're all familiar with, to dozens of events during Safety Week, you can see here in these photos. During outreach, we learned about what safety looks like and feels like to every roadway user, and what safety means to its roadway users. During that, we had some different questions. So we had a question what makes you feel unsafe? And we learned that distracted driving and people driving too fast were by far the two factors that make people feel the most unsafe on Bloomington streets. We also asked about potential trade-offs. Participants were asked to weigh safety against speed and convenience, with most supporting safer roadway design and practices. However, many admitted to exceeding speed limits, highlighting the need for measures beyond just signage and in order to promote safety. A particular noteworthy result for future projects is that only 20% of respondents believe that space to park vehicles should be prioritized over space to walk, roll, bike, or cross the street safely along commercial corridors. Parking is often a major point of contention when considering safety improvements, but this result suggests that there is broad support for active transportation and safety enhancements despite opposition. The feeling of safety can vary dramatically depending not only on where you're traveling, but also how you're traveling. When we asked how safe roadway users felt using different methods, we found that respondents felt most safe while driving. Feelings of safety dropped significantly for those biking, using a wheelchair, or riding a scooter. We asked respondents where they feel unsafe and where they feel safe. Areas where people felt unsafe include College and Walnut between 2nd and 7th, East 3rd between Union and College Mall, and Allen and Walnut Street intersections. Areas where people felt safe include the B Line, 7 Line, and Kirkwood Avenue. Looking deeper at those responses, many respondents identified sidewalks, bicycle lanes, and protected crossings as key factors for feeling safe, with over half of the safe locations being linked to these features, especially near the B Line, 7 Line, and parks. Additionally, locations with high foot or bike traffic, like Kirkwood Street, especially during outdoor dining events, were frequently highlighted as being safe. The most common reason for a location being unsafe was high vehicle speeds. You can see that 392 respondents found that in pinpointing their location. This is especially true near arterial roads such as College Avenue and Walnut Street, East 3rd Street, especially where pedestrian and bicycle traffic is higher. Key intersections, particularly those along greenways where they meet with high-speed roads, such as Allen, Walnut, and Hillside, Allen and Walnut, or Hillside and Weatherstone, were frequently identified as feeling unsafe. The heart of the safety action plan is getting to zero section. It contains action items and project prioritization. The action items are broken into short, medium, and long term. These include actions for 4 categories: funding and staffing, community engagement and equity, policies, processes, and government structure, and safety studies and infrastructure. This is where you will note a major deviation from the previous draft. Many of the action items fall within the short-term range. These action items include everything from updating the rest of the transportation plan based on what we found during this process, creating a public communication campaign, and developing a standardized detail for infrastructure. Some of the most noteworthy items the city needs to take on include the need for additional transportation staffing, particularly transportation engineers, analyzing city departments to identify inefficiencies, establishing a transparent capital investments program that uses data-driven processes for prioritizing improvements, and developing a safe routes to school program, which I will note we have just recently started on. Additionally, the city will need to develop a community engagement plan for safety improvement projects, which utilizes the equity framework flowchart in Appendix A in order to ensure that our engagement, analysis, and programs are equitably centered on communities that are most impacted. A number of short-term action items continue into the medium term. Action items we expect to take on during the medium term include trying to catalyze redevelopment of land along high-priority corridors, and for them to become supportive of safety enhancements and mobility. Also, implementing an annual program for addressing site distance issues beyond those easily corrected by staff, constructing projects to complete sidewalk and bikeway gaps, and constructing over 50 permanent safety countermeasures. The long-term action items mostly consist of ensuring that we are continuing to meet our goals, including, most importantly, our 2039 goal of 0 fatal and serious injury crashes. Using all that information we gathered and assessing all of what we learned, we've created the high-risk network, priority corridors, and intersection maps, which will guide where on-the-ground safety improvement projects need to take place in order for us to achieve our goal. These maps incorporate crash data, user feedback, equitable access, and need. It combines reactive and proactive safety methods. Some of the highest priority corridors on this include College and Walnut, East 3rd, Kirkwood Avenue, and College Mall Road. So the question becomes, what will we need to in those areas where something needs to be done? In order to answer this question, the Safety Action Plan includes a safety countermeasure toolkit, that is Appendix B, or C, I can't remember now, sorry, which is based on the Federal Highway Administration's proven safety countermeasures. Our toolkit includes 16 proven countermeasures. They include countermeasures, which each individual countermeasure includes the purpose with a clear description, example images, and most importantly, includes the expected outcomes. Here you can see that for curb extensions, like those being installed on College and Walnut right now, we can expect to reduce pedestrian vehicle crashes from between 18 and 59%. Completing projects alone is not enough to ensure that we're meeting our goals. The final section of the Safety Action Plan involves tracking progress. The city will need to constantly be checking in on and weighing on its projects. We've outlined the prime performance measures that we need to track and report to stakeholders and the public on. It's essential that there are regular public conversations about our progress. We will give an annual update to council that include each one of these items and when they are completed. It will also track a dollar amount invested in infrastructure improvements and the outcome of those improvements. One way that we're going to do tracking is by giving a yearly report to council, but we'll also create a crash dashboard. An example of what it might look like is created here. You can find it in your the email I just sent you. We're working with our GIS team to create the updated crash dashboard so that it can be used to keep track of crash trends, patterns, and related factors. This will allow everyone the ability to quickly look at progress we're making. We're hoping to have that ready to go in very early 2025. And yeah, I can answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Roebling. Questions about the Safe Streets for All action plan? Councilmember Rollo.
Thank you. It's a very impressive report, Mr. Roebling. It's very helpful. But I was wondering, and I'm referring to page 34 of the report, although that might be the one in the packet, so it might be a different page. But it's where it describes more separation between modes, makes everybody feel safer, so in bold, and then it asks people questions and then has a number of responses. Since we made a policy change a few years back of allowing bicycles on sidewalks, I've been aware of a few collisions between pedestrians and bicycles. So there was a trade-off that was discussed at the time. Should we separate the bicycles from the cars? But that means that we have bikes on sidewalks and then put pedestrians at risk. So my question is, with this conflict between pedestrian and bikes, do we tally those injuries? Are those known and mapped?
Those, yeah, great question. Those are harder to track because they often go unreported and are currently our only method for understanding where things are happening is through police reporting. So if it is not remarkable enough to call the police, we wouldn't learn about it. That is something that is identified in adjusting that process is something that's identified in the Safety Action Plan because we do need that data and it's something that is currently missing.
Yeah, it would help because I don't know. I mean, maybe the policy has been effective. Maybe it's better. Bicycles are on sidewalks, don't know. I mean, ultimately we need data. When it asks, so it asks the different users about where they encounter risk. So the first one was, what would make you feel safer when walking or rolling? And I don't think it mentions conflicts with bicycles. So that question wasn't asked of the public. That might have been something, in other words, do you feel safe sharing sidewalks with bicycles?
That specific question was not asked.
Okay.
They would have had the ability to answer that if that is a concern they had, but yes, you're correct.
Okay, it might be something that we want to revisit at some point to grapple with that question. But overall, the report's great, so it's just one question I had. Thank you.
Additional questions from council members? Councilmember Strasburg?
I have a lot of comments and questions on this, but I think that probably for tonight I'll only have a few. But one that I wanted addressed was that you had a survey answer with people felt unsafe because cars were driving too fast, people drive too fast. Was that answer did you get that answer from all user types? Do drivers think that everybody drives too fast, or is it just pedestrians and cyclists that think that people drive too fast?
Yeah, so that was not, that was just when you picked a point on the map. It didn't address what your mode of transport necessarily was, so it would come from every roadway user. So we do expect drivers to have answered that as well.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Asari.
Thank you. There's quite a, in the high, I'll just ask it in a more general way. There's a lot of roads that are controlled by NDOT, and those are in our high frequency crash areas, and so you do acknowledge within the report that that we'll need to coordinate with NDOT. I mean, what happens if, what are our actual plans for doing that? Our formal mechanisms for doing that? How do we feasibly achieve this plan without NDOT's input, et cetera?
Yeah, that is the $1 million question. It's actually probably closer to $10 billion, if I had to guess. But yes, that is something we have attempted to do, especially relatively recently, and we want to continue to get better at. We don't know the best way to do it. I suspect, I think it's in there that lobbyists will potentially be needed, and it'll take a cultural shift. But the idea is, at the bare minimum, we will continue adding pressure, whereas previously we might not have. So,
and our contingency plans if it doesn't work.
Unfortunately, they control their roads, so we have a limited viability of any contingency plan.
Awesome. Thank you.
I wonder, I see Mr. Pat Martin of the MPO here. I wonder if he might speak to working with NDOT, since I know the MPO works with NDOT quite a lot. I don't mean to put you on the spot. If you don't feel comfortable, that's fine.
Pat Martin with the Planning Department and the MPO, and yes, I am on the spot. I mean, we work with NDOT on a daily basis, and conversations are dozens of times a day, through emails also for that matter, and also through Zoom meetings. We work very closely with the traffic safety engineer, the traffic safety staff, and also the capital planning staff too, and the capital planning engineer. I mean, I would call our working relationship outstanding with the Seymour District Office. Central Office is a little bit different because they're a little more remote. But your question was specifically, what's our working relationship like?
Well, I was just following up on Councilmember Asari's question for how we plan to get cooperation with NDOT to improve some of the high-risk corridors that are controlled by them.
Specificity.
Yeah.
The way we do it is with specificity. We're with this safety action plan, also with the Metropolitan Transportation Plan and the Transportation Improvement Program. We identify all of these corridors. We identify the critical locations, particularly with the safety action plan. You're identifying specific locations and specific corridors that are high risk, high speed. The crash dashboard, which will be issued possibly as soon as next month, if not 1st of January, will identify causal factors, shows the trends. It gets down to what I would call the nitty-gritty level. And with that information, then that allows the traffic safety engineers to examine what are the factors there, and then to apply the countermeasures which are presented also in the safety action plan. Does that help?
It helps a lot. Thank you very much.
Okay, sure.
Appreciate it. Other questions for staff? Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. I had a follow-up in the same vein, and this will be the only question I ask tonight, because I think we're planning to postpone, and we should probably do so relatively soon, given the rest of our agenda. Thank you. As far as contingency with respect to INDOT roads, I mean, we have made some incremental progress in a few cases with INDOT controlled roads recently, and appreciate the work staff has done to get that done. I think, if I'm not mistaken, we can also purchase permanently roads from INDOT, and maybe have done so historically with some things that used to be state highways and are no more. Obviously, that's a potential large financial liability, but is that something that's discussed? Am I correct in that assumption? Do you know when we've done it last? And is it at all feasible, or just completely off the table because of the fiscal impact? It's like, let's say we wanted to buy 3rd Street from the bypass to 446.
It could be done. INDOT is always willing to shed some of its excess property. The issue would be, would the city be willing to take on that liability, that maintenance liability, forever? But yeah, INDOT is always willing to shed excess property.
What about excess property on a limited basis, for instance, like an intersection only, including possibly the signals? I know that's another area where we've struggled to create safer infrastructure and crossings, because they don't really favor the same type of design and things that we do, for instance.
I'm sorry, I don't have any experience on anything like that. I mean, my experience is based on corridors.
Corridors, specifically?
Yeah,
Okay.
yeah.
All right, that's very helpful, thank you.
Okay.
Additional questions from council members? Councilmember Ruff.
So I'm just wondering about just the framing of the whole effort as zero serious crashes or fatalities. And buy-in from the public, and credibility in getting behind this idea, this effort, this initiative. And I know it's been a discussion, it's not an original point I'm coming up with, at a lot of communities where this has come up from the research I've done. You know, people have questioned, is this really, can we with a straight face say, yeah, it's not just an aspiration, nice to say that we would be able to eliminate all these types of accidents, but we really can. So with the Swiss cheese model of redundancy that's in the information we've got, I want to, seriously, I want to know, are we talking that maybe if there were speed humps on Atwater, it would have prevented this accident? Actually, I didn't mention the accident yet, sorry. Last year or 2 years ago, when the young man was literally driving like 140 miles an hour or something on Atwater and was killed, right? So how is that prevented?
Yeah, so there's a lot of steps to the Swiss cheese model. I will point out that first and foremost, it's safe road users, so that means the drivers are being safe, and then safe vehicles. So there are some things that we are unable to control at a local level, but what we can control at the local level is design. And so we can design roads that reduce speeds or encourage drivers to drive at the speed limit. So I don't know that a speed hump would have been the right answer. I'm not a traffic engineer, but there are prescriptive improvements that can be done. We see them time and again improving safety improvement or safety on roadways. So I do think this is an achievable goal.
Okay, and if I could follow up with a related question. Mm-hmm. So one of the redundancy layers is post-crash care. And it literally, the goal or the method or the step
the layer of Swiss cheese in this one under post-crash care reads, enhance the survivability of crashes through expedient access to emergency medical care. So how do we reconcile lower speeds that are actual design factors? Because we've already said we can't really trust people to always behave appropriately and be responsible drivers, right? So it acknowledges that we need to do some things to design and change the roadway to prevent speeds, not just to trust people to drive responsibly. So if we're slowing down, so how do you slow down traffic and not also enhance the survivability of crashes through expedient access to emergency medical care when medical care will be slowed down the same way traffic would be slowed down?
Sure, great question. First, if there are fewer crashes that you need first responders to respond to, they'll have better result getting to that crash, since there will be, if you reduce it by half, there's half as many crashes that you need to respond to. The second answer is, you might be surprised by, but we have evidence to support this, is that much of the traffic calming methods that you see, a reduction of a 4-lane road to a 3-lane road, for example, actually increases response times because the ambulance or fire truck are able to use the double left turn lane instead of having to weave through traffic unable to move over. So design of roadways can actually increase the ability for responders to respond. For instance, one of the things, if you're familiar with the Indiana Safety Improvement Project that we're currently designing or working on designing, a potential solution there is that the proposed bike lane could be utilized by fire trucks to speed through. So not only would they not have to weave through traffic, they would have no traffic because there is no traffic in a bike lane, other than the bikes who are easier to get out of the way. So that it should, Andrew stood up, so I'll let the city engineer answer.
Andrew Seabour, city engineer. Just agree with everything that was said, but wanting to maybe share a couple examples and other data points too. I was a traffic engineer in a city in North Carolina, and one corridor was a pretty significant road that did not have traffic calming, had significant speeding, and there we installed traffic calming, speed cushions specifically. And we coordinated very much with the fire department before we did that. And what they found after we implemented the speed cushions was their travel times on the corridor actually improved. So we included vertical traffic calming, and the fire department was able to respond per their actual run times that actually improved. Kind of surprised me, but that was their data they provided me. Ryan nailed it too, just with road diets are a prime example as well. Another thing is it's more than just the road design. It's being strategic about where are our fire departments located? Where are the EMS vehicles located? And so that's beyond necessarily what an engineering or planning department can do, but wanting to work with our partners and other departments to set themselves up to be able to respond in a timely manner as well.
Okay, thank you for your answers.
Additional first round questions? Okay, I have some. The chart on page, I'm a little concerned that this is the final version. I mean, I got it via email on Monday, and so that's the one I actually read. And there still seem to be quite a number of typos. And what bothers me more is that the chart on page 32 at the top of the page doesn't make sense. There are 2 lines of, like, for every written text, there seem to be 2 rows of data being presented. So I can't make heads or tails of it. Can you speak to that and the typos, please?
Yes, so that, I'm sorry I missed that, and perhaps since we'll have you vote on another day. We'll come back with a typo fixed version. This is corrected in the appendix, but not in this version. I did not realize that. I only noticed it in the appendix A. Or B, so I did not notice that, I'm sorry. But yeah, we can easily search through these and find the errors. I don't know why that happened, I just missed it, I'm sorry.
Okay, so there could be another amendment if we postpone this final vote to fix those things?
Yeah, absolutely, we can dig through that and do that for you.
Okay, good. Second round questions?
Go ahead.
Yes, Councilmember Flaherty?
Thank you. I'd like to move we postpone consideration of Resolution 2024-20 until our regular session on December 4th.
All right. Is this the type of motion that has debate?
It's debatable, and it just needs a majority vote to pass. I didn't quite catch, though, Councilmember Flaherty, you did say the date that it would postpone until December 4th?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, any discussion about this motion?
Yes, I will. Just as...
Councilmember Rallo.
Yeah, and just in terms of timing, I appreciate that we're postponing this, of course. But what is the urgency of getting this done this year? Why is that a priority? Could you explain that?
Yeah, absolutely. So the priority is that we are concerned that the turnaround for grants opening for next year. So we kind of got caught off guard last year. They moved it up. We don't want to get caught off guard again. If it's done this year, we'll know that we'll be available and ready to go next year.
Okay, any other questions or debate? Yes,
Yeah,
Councilmember Strasburg?
I guess I just have oh, we have to have public comment on this, don't we? Do we?
The motion to postpone? I don't think
no,
so.
okay, great.
No.
Then I just want to encourage council members, if they have like small questions or if you see typo things, to communicate to Mr. Roebling within the next 2 weeks, so that then when we consider this again on the 4th, it can be a shorter discussion. Thanks.
All right, Councilmember Sari?
As we postpone it, and in many ways I wish we had done it before, and sorry for asking a question, as we postpone it, can we suspend our rules for public comment in case anybody was here who has been waiting, for 3 hours wanting to comment on this, and so we allow them to comment during the second session of comments on this item, even though it was on the agenda?
Yes. I wonder if we could even allow comment on the motion, although that wouldn't technically be on the
Technically, we could withdraw
ordinance.
the motion and go to public comment and then consider this motion again if the original council member who made the motion would want to withdraw it, to see if there's anybody in the public who wants to comment.
So I think it would be courteous to members of the public to allow them public comment on this resolution before we postpone, but, okay. So the motion has been withdrawn. Is there anybody in the public who would like to comment on ordinance resolution 2024-20? As amended. Would anybody like to comment at this time? Okay, I don't see anybody in chambers. Is there anybody raising a hand on Zoom?
No immediate hands raised, no.
All right. Well, then we can come back and redo the motion if we'd like.
All right, I'd like to move we postpone consideration of Resolution 2024-20 until our regular session on December 4th.
Second.
All right. Any other questions or debate about the motion? All right. Will the clerk please call the roll on the motion to postpone to December 4th?
Do we need a roll call then?
Oh.
Public voice vote. Seems like there's broad support.
I don't know, so I don't care.
Sorry, just trying to get this a little late.
Let's go ahead and do the roll call.
Okay. Councilmember Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith,
Yes.
Strasburg,
Yes.
Vasari,
Yes.
Rosenbacher,
Yes.
Daley,
Yes.
Flaherty,
Yes.
and Zulik.
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, motion to postpone has been approved by a vote of 9-0, so we will take this up again on December 4th.
Madam President?
Yes, Councilmember Flaherty.
I'd also like to make a motion to amend the agenda for us to consider item E, Resolution 2024-2024, prior to hearing items C and D on our agenda.
Okay, is there a second?
Second. Wait, sorry, say it again, because actually, to make sure I understood, you want to do
I'll
what?
second.
I've moved that we consider, that we amend the agenda to consider item E, currently lettered item E, Resolution 2024-24, prior to hearing items C or D.
Sure. Yeah.
Okay.
Second.
Councilmember Strasburg?
I would just like to say that a member of the hand department just walked in who is waiting to speak on resolution.
You should go fast.
The next one that we were supposed to do, 2024-23, and I hate to make her wait through an extended. Sure. Okay.
We also have the Director of Planning and Transportation here to, about both C and D, so just,
To explain,
It's a question.
the motion, I think
Yes.
it's a busy agenda. Ideally, we can get through everything. I think of the 3 remaining items, it's most important we get through item E, which is why I moved to change the agenda in order of consideration. I hope we can get through all of them, but we can vote on the motion. I don't, that's my rationale.
all right. All those in favor of changing the agenda as indicated, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? All right, let us move on to Resolution 2024-24.
Okay, I move Resolution 2024-24 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Clerk Bolden, please read.
Just a moment, please. Resolution 2024-24, a resolution revising the Bloomington Common Council electronic meetings policy. The synopsis is as follows. This resolution amends the council's electronic meetings policy to provide additional requirements for council members to participate in meetings of the council or any of its committees by electronic means of communication.
I move Resolution 2024-24 be adopted.
Second.
All right, and who will be presenting this resolution? Will it be a
I'm
Turner?
sponsoring. I don't think that we necessarily said who would be presenting.
Okay.
Attorney Lehner, do you want to present, or would you like me to present?
I can speak to that issue. Since coming here several weeks and working during that time, I suggested amending this policy. It addresses Section 3.5 of the open door law, which is highly technical, and it can be difficult to interpret quickly. Missteps are easy, and I suggested adding some language to the existing policy in order to create some clarity, enhance the understanding of the policy by council members, the public, and staff, and adding some additional safeguards for the protection of meetings and work sessions also.
Thank you, Attorney Lehner. Councilmember Strasburg, do you want to add anything as a sponsor?
I think the only thing I want to add is that we did, talk about some of the language of this and some of the language of that 2013 ordinance that referenced work sessions as kind of a separate section. a separate type of meeting, but our code doesn't actually mention work sessions as a type of meeting. And so I think that that is something that's kind of overlooked, like we use it in a certain way with an assumed understanding. But I think that it would be worth clarifying that in code at some point, just so that we know what work sessions are officially instead of working under assumed understandings. And that's what I think part of what this does, is clarifies things instead of working under assumptions, because assumptions don't always work out very well. So thanks.
Are there any questions about Resolution 2024-24? All right, seeing none, we will go to the public. Is there any member of the public who would like to comment on Resolution 2024-24? I don't see anybody in council chambers. Is there anybody raising a hand on Zoom? Okay, we'll give it another moment. All right, no takers? We will come back to council. Are there any council member comments before we vote? I will just say a few things. First of all, the resolution mentions presiding officer and meeting chair in regard to council committees. And currently, our interview committees, as far as I know, do not have chairs. So when we create new interview committees in January, we need to designate a chair so that this can be implemented properly. I think it would also help in other ways to have chairs of those committees. And the second thing I want to say is I think this is a good idea. I think it does clarify clarify some items and make sure that everybody knows what to do in certain cases when there are council members that are attending virtually. So if there's no other comments, Clerk Bolden, would you please call the roll on Resolution 2024-24?
Councilmember Ruff?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Daly?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Thank you.
All right, that resolution passes with a vote of 9-0. And now we will go back to.
Madam President?
Yes, Councilmember Asari.
I'd like to move to amend the agenda to combine resolutions 2024-23 and 2024-25 into a single item titled Proposals to Amend the Unified Development Ordinance for Efficiency in Discussion and Action.
I don't know how we can do that on the fly because there are different whereas clauses, there are different sections.
Can we combine discussion and then vote for each one separately?
Councilmember Strasburg?
I consider those topics two really different topics, and I think that we need to consider them separately. So if we vote on this motion, then I would vote no.
As the sponsor of the other resolution, I would also not be in favor of combining them.
I think the mechanism is the same in both. The reason I think it's worth combining is not just about efficiency. I think we've broadly discussed in multiple fora the need for both of these things. I think that, like, we don't necessarily need to rehash things that we've already discussed as a body on multiple occasions. So that was my reasoning, and I think the mechanism, the actual governing mechanism of both is the same with a different focus. So that's more why I'm saying it's, we don't have to sort of start and stop each time.
Okay, well, we can be efficient in each individual case, I think. All right.
Should I withdraw said motion?
There's a motion and a second on the table, so either a motion has to be withdrawn or we have to vote on it.
Okay. So if it's not withdrawn, then are there other comments before we vote on the motion?
I'm sorry, I'm just like not actually clear mechanically what it means. If we vote to approve, or is it one vote, is it two? if it's one, are the resolutions renumbered? I appreciate the attempt at efficiency here, and maybe there'd be ways with respect to the discussion, but I'm not sure how to, just mechanically, I'm actually not sure what this means.
Yeah, fair point. Let me withdraw the motion and let's proceed with 2024. Whatever.
I would like to move Resolution 2024-23 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
That was a second from Councilmember Ruff. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Clerk Bolden, would you please read?
Eventually. Yes, sorry. Here we go. Resolution 2024-23 to initiate a proposal to amend Title 20 of the Bloomington Municipal Code regarding preparation of a proposal to amend Chapter 20.04.110. The synopsis is as follows. This resolution, sponsored by Councilmember Strasburg, initiates a proposal to amend Title 20, the Unified Development Ordinance of the Bloomington Municipal Code. The resolution directs that a UDO text amendment proposal be prepared by the Plan Commission to make changes to the affordable housing incentive structure.
I move Resolution 2024-23 be adopted.
Second.
All right. Councilmember Strasburg, would you like to present your resolution?
Yes, thank you. First of all, while staff gets the slides up there, oh dear, thank you. I do want to say that the slide, there's just a few slides, and they are in the packet addendum. If you open the packet addendum before about 6:30, you should refresh it because the slides are slightly different. And that just in terms of process and procedure, the way this works is that council would send this resolution to Plan Commission. Plan Commission would prepare a document, vote on a document, an ordinance, and then send it back to us. So this is the first in a multi-stage process for any kind of change to the UDO, and that also applies to the next resolution sponsored by Councilmember Piedmont Smith. So going up to the slideshow, Resolution 2024-23, the primary purpose is to change the affordability incentive eligibility requirements so that Tier 1 projects have at least some units below 90% of AMI, and Tier 2 have at least some units below 70% of AMI, which is the area median income. Currently, Tier 1 projects require 15% of units below 120% of AMI, and Tier 2 requires 7.5 below 120 and 7.5 below 90. And so the resolution does not specify what percentage of affordable units need to be built. I have left that flexibility up to the planning staff and hand staff to determine what's best in that case, and it also has not specified what percentage of units should factor into each of those potential categories that are being created. Just to kind of clarify, the affordability incentives in the UDO have been designed to address workforce housing, not necessarily very low income housing. So the SRO Initiative Next is more designed for that purpose. Just wanted to make that clear. So we're kind of looking at, people who are working, who might be working successfully, but who fall below certain income eligibility. And then just general information, a household is considered cost burdened if it's spending more than 30% of its income on housing, including utilities, severely cost burden, spending more than 50% of its income on housing. And so the next slide is actually the one that I think is sort of most fun. And I pulled these from some of the packet information just in terms of seeing what our 2024 percentages are right now of AMI in terms of how that factors into rental costs and then also income. So you can see that in that workforce rental housing calculations that I got from the hand department. And so what I decided to put on this slide just to kind of demonstrate that affordability is an issue, and that includes workforce affordability, are that those grades and minimums over there are actual city salaries. So if you work for the city, and this is next year's 2025 salaries, which have increased dramatically, you have to be getting paid at grade 9, which is a professional status in order to not fall under that 120% of AMI guidelines. And so, there's housing costs have increased dramatically. Salaries have not. And then in blue down there, if you earn $15 an hour, then, and you work 40-hour weeks, you're only earning $31,000 a year. And I would like to point out that the Indiana minimum wage is still $7.25. So we have some serious affordability challenges. So I'm hoping that this will at least somewhat address some of those challenges. And then the last slide that I put up here, because I just kind of wanted to make sure to explain this chart a little bit, is a compliance report from the hand department that's been wiped clean of any kind of identifiable data. And the two highlighted columns are, first of all, from the right is what percent AMI that particular unit is supposed to be meeting, okay? And then the other one in the middle that's highlighted is the percent AMI income that the actual tenant is earning, and how out of line those are, that we have somebody earning 23% of AMI, but they are paying rent at 120% rate. And so we really just have some things that are really out of balance, and hopefully this will start to hopefully address that problem. I think that's about it, and I'll take any questions.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Well, first, let me give an opportunity to staff, to Hand Director Killian Hansen or Planning and Transportation Director Hiddle, if either of them would like to speak to this resolution.
Thank you. David Hiddle, Director of Planning and Transportation Department. We appreciate the council's approach on this. We've had lots of conversations with Council Member Stossberg and President Piedmont Smith on this subject and the next one, and in just refining the resolution language so that we get something that gives us good direction without constraining us too much in being able to come up with something that's worthwhile. So we'll be working obviously very closely with Hand on these figures and with the respective champions on the council as we move forward over the next 90 days. I don't have anything else to add, really.
Thank you.
Hi, good evening. Anna Killian Hansen, Director of Hand. I think that this will help move the needle pretty considerably in regards to the workforce housing. I actually appreciate the initiative. When I came into the department, I discovered with the compliance monitoring that the language is the issue. So although there were very good intentions with the workforce housing in the UDO, they really are not targeting our workforce. Period. You know, one person household having to make $75,000 to qualify for a unit is just completely out of line. In addition, the language is the issue, because if we're talking that 80 to 120% AMI, a lot of these complexes are only advertising at the ceiling. So they're not willing to come down. Specifying a percentage of the units that have to be advertised at a certain rate is very, very helpful. I don't really have anything else to add except for this will certainly help. We do have vacant workforce housing units sitting right now.
Thank you. All right, questions? Councilmember Daley.
Thanks very much for this, guys. So just to clarify on that first slide, where right now it had to said a percentage of units, but right now it's saying just at least some. That is going to be adjusted when it goes back to planning? We are going to there will be a set number?
Yeah.
Rather than a vague, just some.
So right now it just says they need to require 15% of units below 120.
Right.
And so that means that all these developments are setting prices right at 120% of AMI, as opposed to anywhere else on that spectrum of affordability. And so by changing that to a more tiered approach, because we don't necessarily, like there's still a need for affordable housing, say between the 100 and 120% mark. So I'll maybe remind us of our summit discussion that we had, where planning staff very much didn't want to eliminate the concept of that affordability range from like 100 to 120, because like we have gaps everywhere. And that's why I also highlighted on that next slide that idea of cost burden, right? Because if you have people like in that compliance sheet example that I gave, you have people making 23% of AMI, and they're paying significantly more than they can afford for their housing, but then they're occupying a unit that somebody maybe making 80% of AMI could afford, but then that 80% of AMI person is paying significantly more for that one. So it's this whole ladder effect of like, there's not enough. And so while we need to address like the bottom, we also need to address this middle. So, I mean, so there's some 120, there's some 100, but like, are there any 80 right now? Like, did anybody take advantage of an 80? I don't know. Whereas in the original kind of formulation of this, I think there was the picture that there would be some 80, but there's just not. So by changing that language to say that there's got to be at least some below these certain thresholds.
But so it will remain, I'm sorry to interrupt. Sorry.
Go ahead.
So it will remain vague with just some.
Oh, well,
At least
that's
some.
up to plan.
Okay,
that's
that
up
was-
to
yeah,
the
that was
plan
my
department.
question.
So that's
Okay.
kind of up to them to kind of crunch those numbers a little bit more and say like, okay, we need 5% of units between 80 and 90, 5% of units between 90 and 100, 5% of units between 100 and 110, or whatever numbers it is that they decide in their professional capacities are the best numbers to put in. Whatever they decide in their professional capacities are like the easiest things to make sure they can be enforced, right? Because there's an enforcement angle with the hand department, and that's why there's the note about full percentages in there, because it's easier to deal with full percentages. That's not on the slides, but just so that we're not going to have 7.5% of units. We're going to have 7 or 8 or 5 or 10 or whatever percentages end up being. And we don't have to have 15% of units. We could have 20. We could require 20% of units in order to, take advantage of the affordability incentives. Like, I mean, it's really kind of up to us. It's an optional program, so we can make requirements the way that we want to make requirements.
Thank you.
Other questions? Councilmember Flaherty.
Thank you. I will pick up right there. Yes, we can make it any number, but if we enforce project economics that don't make sense for developers, no one will choose to do it. So that's what we're balancing here, and I think why it's designed flexibly such that staff will figure out what the right balance is. Just speaking from a pure economic standpoint, we're giving away some benefit to developers. They are in exchange essentially cross-subsidizing units to have some of them be affordable. Presumably, this will mean fewer total units in number, like the aggregate number, but more that are at the deeper affordability tier. And so there's many ways that could be sliced. I guess my questions are, A, is that kind of a fair ballpark assessment that to get the deeper affordability at whatever percentage, we're going to have to probably take fewer total units, assuming we want these taken up? And then second is, how are we actually going to assess this over time? Because these things have needed to be, we need to calibrate the incentives, essentially. If you ask for too much, people just stop doing it. If you ask for too little, you're giving away more than you need to, right? And so I'm curious for both those questions, how we're going to determine those actual numbers conceptually, and then second, how we're going to monitor and tweak over time. I think that's for staff, probably.
Probably before staff takes it, I do want to note that that is one of the reasons why I put in section 2, that as part of this, I want staff to assess the incentive structure we have in terms of what benefit are they getting for doing this, and to make sure that it's aligned well to encourage developers to make this choice. And if Mr. Hiddle would like to address anything else about that.
So in regards to that comment, Mr. Flaherty, essentially, this is not the only option that developers have, right? If they want to trigger that incentive, they can do a payment in lieu. And that goes into the Housing Development Fund, which we will go for true affordability. So we're not limiting ourselves by these changes.
Thank you.
And speaking of the payment in lieu program, that is a third section of this, is that if developers do want to use the payment in lieu option, I am asking a condition of that be that they accept housing vouchers. So then there is still affordability available in those buildings for people who might be utilizing a voucher.
That is a great addition. Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Rosenbarger.
I think this looks good. Just to keep talking about the payment in lieu, as Councilmember Flaherty said, the more affordable we make these units, the less developers are likely potentially to build that. And we have the payment in lieu that I don't know what it is right now. Is it like 20,000 per unit or something like that? I know Hand is talking about increasing that number so that if a developer wants to not do the affordability option, they would have to pay more per unit to make it market rate. And I just, I don't know what kind of, I don't know if we have any say in that, but I really want to see that number be very high because the amount that a developer makes on a market rate is so much more than what they will make over the lifetime of an 80% AMI unit. So it almost always makes sense to do the payment in lieu. And to me, the problem with the payment in lieu also is that then we have this housing development fund where we can build housing, but affordable housing should really be integrated into all developments so that people of all income levels can live in all of them.
Is there a question?
No, there's no question. I mean, I'm sorry that we're on questions. What do you think about that idea? Is the payment, I would like to, is it possible to consider the payment, to know about the payment in lieu changes when we're considering this, when it comes back to council?
Anna Killian Hansen in Hand. Very good question. My understanding is that we can change the payment in lieu rate at the beginning of each year. We can make that decision. I'm happy to talk to council. I'm happy to collaborate on that, but we can't make that decision right now. My understanding is that we need to wait until the beginning of the year.
Oh, yes, great. I mean, and that will be, you can then change it, when we're looking at the actual ordinance for these updates. Okay.
I believe so.
Thanks.
Any other questions? Okay, seeing none, we'll go to the public. Is there any member of the public who would like to comment on Resolution 2024-23? On Zoom, if you want to use the raise hand function, you can indicate your desire to speak to this matter. Deputy Attorney Kulak, is there anybody raising a hand?
No one jumping up and down. There's a comment in chat from Steve Volin, which is one sentence.
Pardon me?
The one comment in chat is from Steve Volin, who says this ordinance is great.
Ah, very good. Thank you. Seeing no other public comment, we will come back to council for council member comments prior to vote. Any council member comments? I will just say I appreciate Councilmember Strasburg working on this and bringing this forward. Councilmember Strasburg.
I will make a comment and say that I really appreciate all of the staff time that has already been spent talking me through this, teaching me about various aspects of this, and just the dialogue of where these numbers should be and how, because the best numbers for, say, Hand and the people are not necessarily the best numbers for developers and planning and encouraging building and figuring out funding for that, which is kind of what Councilmember Flaherty referred to. So there is that real balance in this stage of workforce affordability by finding something that can help our community members and also be appealing to developers who are interested in building here. So I just really appreciate all the time that the departments have spent with me. So thank you.
All right. I would move forward for a vote, but our clerk is not ready to call the roll. Does anybody else want to make a comment?
I have a comment.
Yes, Councilmember Rosenbarg.
I appreciate the writing markups from, I assume, Councilmember Strasburg in the packet, that it looks like she uses a pencil sometimes. You know what I'm saying? No. Yes, not just, It's not just typed, it's like you're writing things into the packet. You know, you're actually writing stuff.
All right, thank you for that comment. Clerk Bolden, I think that was it? No more comments? Okay. Clerk Bolden, please call the roll on Resolution 2024-23.
Yes, and thank you for your patience. Councilmember Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
Strasburg?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Rosenbarger?
Yes.
Daly?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
And Ruff.
Yes.
Thank you.
That resolution passes by a vote of 9-0.
Move Resolution 2024-25 be introduced and read by the clerk by title and synopsis only.
Second.
All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Any opposed? Clerk Bolden, would you please read?
Resolution 2024-25 to initiate a proposal to amend Title 20 of the Bloomington Municipal Code regarding single-room occupancy residential buildings as a permitted use. The synopsis is as follows. This resolution, sponsored by Councilmember Piedmont Smith, directs the Plan Commission to prepare amendments to the Unified Development Ordinance to add single-room occupancy buildings as a permitted use in the city, without further guidance as to what should be considered regarding the definition, location, and use of such structures.
I move Resolution 2024-25 be adopted.
Second.
All right, I'm the sponsor of this resolution, so I have a brief presentation. And this was in the addendum to the meeting packet. So, what is an SRO? An SRO is a single-room occupancy building. It has a long, or single-room occupancy unit. And it does have a long history in the United States of rooming houses. Back in the 19th century, boarding houses. In Bloomington, there were rooming houses for IU students, notably for African-American students, because they were not housed by the university. There were some rooming houses for workers at the Showers factory. In many cities, there were YMCAs that functioned as SROs. We're talking about a small living unit, usually furnished. It may have its own bathroom, or it may share a bathroom. It may have a small kitchenette. It may share a kitchen. Usually either the bathroom or the kitchen are shared, or both. And it's rented by the week or by the month, so there's no long-term lease usually. And it's inexpensive due to the size and the shared facilities. So here are some pictures of some SROs. You got the swanky kind there on the left. It was New York, new construction through a nonprofit. Then there's a former YMCA in Chicago. And then you can see some other new construction in Mountain View, California. This is a building that has some SROs and some apartments mixed. And then in Minneapolis, there have been several conversions of hotels. Here's an example of one that was converted to SROs. So why are we talking about, oh, wait a minute. I need to follow my own slides. Are they already allowed? Well, we have something called residential rooming house, and you can see the definition there. So it does talk about they're rented for periods of 30 days or longer, so that would not include a weekly rental. And in some of the zoning districts, the owner must occupy the rooming house as their primary residence. So maybe it's possible, but there are some restrictions, and it's not allowed in many zoning districts in many parts of the city. So why are we talking about SROs now in particular? Well, the Heading Home Housing Action Plan of this summer specifically called for units that rent for $500 or less, and this is really one of the only kinds that would do that. We all know we have a homelessness epidemic. The number of our unhoused neighbors has increased a lot in recent years, and SROs are just less expensive. And also, the buildings that house the SROs are conducive to, having either on-site support or support services that come in during the week or during the day. So it could be a good solution to some of our housing problems on the low end of the spectrum. And of course, we had a deliberation session September 11th about this topic, and the general feedback was that this was a good direction to go in. So there are some considerations in the resolution that we ask the Plan Commission to think about as they develop the policy, allowing flexibility, allowing them to be built in different zoning districts, not requiring the owner occupancy that's currently required for the residential rooming house, allowing them to be integrated in buildings that have mixed use. Sometimes this can really make it more feasible for somebody to build such a building if they can have, market rate apartments as well as SRO units. And something we heard repeatedly in discussing homelessness this year was that sometimes the barrier to seeking shelter is that couples don't want to be separated, so allowing 2 people per SRO is something that is in the resolution. And as I mentioned earlier, so we have this residential rooming house. I want to recognize that that's in there already. Maybe we just revise that definition. Maybe we come up with a separate use. That I will leave up to staff to come up with the best solution there. And then another point that's in the resolution is encouraging a diversity of residents. So not just these are only going to be for people coming out of homelessness, and not just these are only going to be really fancy mini apartments for students. Having a mixture, having it appeal to a wide range of residents is the key, I think. So I did want to point out SROs should not become another form of group care or supportive housing. Those are already defined and allowed per our UDO. If we want to have those allowed different places, then that's a different conversation. Oops, not keeping up here. So as Councilmember Stossberg mentioned, there's the UDO revision process is in multiple steps. So this is the first step. If this is approved, the staff will bring a proposal to Plan Commission. This resolution specifies they have 90 days just to give them more time. The default is 60 days, and that was what applied in the previous resolution we just approved. Then it comes back to City Council. And if we amend it, it does have to go back to Plan Commission. So this is the first step. And I'm just asking for your approval to get the process going. And now I will ask for feedback from Director Hiddle from Planning and Transportation if he wants to give his perspective and come on up.
Thank you, David Hiddle, Planning and Transportation Department. Really the same comments as before. We appreciate this approach. A lot of the front-end work to get the resolution language to the point where it's very helpful for us to get started, but it's not hamstringing us into certain arenas. This is a more complex topic, and really kind of an initial survey of planning literature and what peer cities are doing, what are best practices, and what other planners are seeing suggests that these SROs take an incredibly wide range of forms and serve a really wide population, from very bespoke boutique new buildings on the coastal cities to places that serve more of the traditional SRO population, which is really a very entry-level way to get a place to live. So we'll have more work cut out for us, I think, in terms of looking at how to put this ordinance together. But I think we're at a good starting place. Be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Hiddle. We'll probably, first of all, have council members direct questions at the sponsor. And then maybe there'll be a question that calls for administration input. But for now, let's just start off with council questions for the sponsor. Council members with questions for Council President Piedmont Smith. Seeing no questions at this point, any questions for Mr. Hiddle from council members? Well, I would ask Mr. Hiddle to answer a couple questions for me, if you would approach the podium, please. Can you talk about flesh out a little bit more what you see as the differences between this proposal and what we have right now with grandfathered, for example, grandfathered houses where there's more than 3 unrelated adults living, and there's more bedrooms than bathrooms, and maybe just 1 kitchen, maybe 2, I don't know. How do you compare it to what we have in place in terms of what's codified and and then what functionally happens really out there in the community with what we have now compared to what this would look like possibly? I know some of that's speculation, but.
Well, what we have grandfathered is just that. It's legal nonconforming, so it's not something that can be replicated anew or converted into. So that's what's grandfathered can continue to exist as it does, but does not provide us a new outlet for new types of housing. And what we do have for new construction, for conversions, for redevelopments is really the rooming house definition, which is very murky. I think it can read any way you want it to read, except that it doesn't really account for traditional SROs because it does require the owner occupancy requirement. It does require in the residential districts for a very small structure, whereas SROs more traditionally and typically, and I think we would like to be able to see larger buildings where you're enjoying the economy of having your own private room, but then having shared bathroom typically and kitchen space. So that is not accommodated by the current ordinance, and I think that's the sort of typology that we want to be able to have by right.
Okay. Well, thanks for that. And then I have a question for the sponsor. You mentioned allow SROs to permitted use in multiple zoning districts, including residential zoning districts, perhaps with use-specific standards. Can you elaborate a little bit on what you might envision as, for example, some use-specific standards?
Well, I guess I was mainly envisioning some size limits, like if we're going to allow them in an R3 zoning district, maybe, maximum of 6 units in a building or something like that. So you don't have like a structure that looks like Motel 6, setting up shop next to, in a neighborhood of mostly smaller buildings. That's the main thing that came to mind, but it could encompass other things.
Okay, thank you. Councilmember Rallo?
Well, for skeptics who say, will this just likely be another form of student housing? What would you say?
Students could live there. I think that it's, I don't know. there's nothing to prevent a student from living in one of these unless they are using affordable housing incentives. And, well, even then, I don't know, students need affordable housing too.
Director Hiddle, do you have a comment about that?
It's a good question, and I knew that some of our peer cities, in terms of smaller to mid-size college towns, are utilizing SROs in different means, different ways. And I would like to, our research will reach out to them and find out how they are addressing that issue, if they are addressing that issue, if they're finding that these places are being populated heavily by students, and if there's a negative impact associated with that. So that's, the answer is that is definitely something we'll look into.
I guess, if I may, I think that students might be dissuaded from renting an SRO because there's no large gathering space. I mean, if they want to have people over, if they want to have a party, there would be no space to do that. So that's one consideration.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Councilmember Rosenbarger?
Thank you. Thanks for bringing this. And Director Hiddle, you talked about a little bit of envisioning these as like larger complexes. I would say I also imagine them smaller, like just a whole slew of options for neighborhoods of all sizes, like Councilmember Piedmont Smith said, and transit-oriented, right, or walkable to amenities. So, I mean, have you seen that, and are you also looking at like fitting them into neighborhoods that don't currently allow things like this?
Yeah, I hesitate to speak on the substance of it because I kind of go into it without having preconceived notions as to what it should be. It should be dictated by our research. But in an ideal scenario, yeah, they would fit into all different types of neighborhoods. Where you have density, that works really well, and where you have an opportunity to feed transit-oriented development and transit-oriented development notions. So that would be part of it. You could see, conversion of hotels. You could see conversion of buildings that are no longer serving their original purpose. And certainly they would fit in an urban neighborhood fabric, I think, potentially. Again, I'm trying not to say what it should be like, rather, these are things we're going to look at.
That is great, thank you. And I don't know if it's a worry or something about students living in SROs, but I guess students can live in single-family homes too. Right? Thank you.
All right, other questions? Question time still from council members. Seeing no other questions from council, we're ready to go to the public and see if anyone from the public, either present or online, would like to speak. Please remember to sign in, state your name.
Good evening. My name's Eric Ost, and I just have one question about the implementation of SROs, what we envision. Can an existing structure be converted into an SRO by the owner declaring it to be such? And I know it might be to be determined, but that's a question because that will change the occupancy, it'll change the dynamics of existing structures, and I would bet, I won't bet, but I expect that the market will try to capitalize on a maximum return on investment for existing structures. So, and we're not setting what the rent's going to be, so I'm not sure how this is going to achieve the goal that we intend. I think there's things we could do to modify this proposal, but I'd be happy to discuss that later, but I'm just asking that question as a comment now. Thank you.
Thank you for your comment. Any other public present comment before we go online?
Joe Davis. I am extremely concerned about what could potentially happen in the residential areas where it's R1 through R4. My residence, and I'm the only owner-occupier on my block, is at 530 South Washington Street between 1st and 2nd Street. Shalom is less than a block from my house. Seminary Square Park is less than a block from my house. All around us, there are properties in which homes have been rented out by groups who have secured the lease on that property, and they are making it available in a single room occupancy situation already for people who are coming out of treatment programs. Not everyone's successful in those situations, and we have a lot of police presence breaking up domestic issues in those households. They're all single room occupancy. Even though they are currently restricted to just occupancy of 3 unrelated members, this would potentially open up 2 people per bedroom in not only an existing 3-bedroom, but some of the homes in our neighborhood are 5 bedrooms, but they are currently restricted as rentals to only 3 unrelated occupants. Well, that 5-bedroom property could have theoretically 10 people, and then on top of that, it could have part-time caseworkers coming in there. We're looking already at like 11 more vehicles potentially being parked on the street. People will quickly figure out how they can get around this loophole and maximize their profits, and just as has been concerned or expressed as a concern, that owners, unscrupulous owners, will start to just declare that their place is an SRO and then cram as many bodies in there. And if there is no owner occupancy requirement, there's no accountability. I live next door to 5-bedroom student housing, and there is no accountability. Essentially, they are all single room occupants, and the recycling never gets figured out, and they can party in any space. It doesn't matter if they have a large space. There will be parties. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments. Is there anyone online?
Yes, there are 2 hands raised. The first hand is Steve Volin.
Hi, this is Steve Olin. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes.
Thank you. Under the bridge at 14th and College, where there used to be a strip club, the project that replaced it and several other buildings is now student SRO housing, targeted specifically to international students. It had to get a variance just to be built. It was non-trivial because we didn't allow it at the time. I think it's an improvement on what was there before. There is a need for dormitory-style living off campus that shouldn't be denied. It also relieves students of the obligation to find roommates or to sign leases that make them jointly responsible for the leases. There are plenty of non-students who would also benefit from such housing. This ordinance, along with the previous one, are 2 important, long overdue changes to making affordable housing more plentiful in Bloomington. I am very proud of my city's government tonight. Please pass this ordinance as well. Thank you.
Another person online?
Yes, there's Tim Dwyer.
Hi, this is Tim Dwyer. Can you hear me okay?
Yes, we can.
Great, thank you. I want to thank the City Council for bringing this resolution here tonight. SROs are incredibly important in providing options for people. Historically, we have seen street homelessness increase across the country as low-end housing options become unavailable. So I just think it's important to keep that in mind as we're having these conversations, and that we're not making any specific policy decisions here tonight. So all the concerns addressed by other speakers can certainly be addressed in due time, but I urge the council to pass this resolution, and thank you for bringing it.
Anyone else in the room would like to comment?
Hi, sorry to butt in. Anna Killian Hansen, Hand Department. I just want to say a couple of things. Number one, I have been contacted by a number of students that are actually living in their cars right now because they cannot find an affordable place to live. So just because they're students, I don't know that we need to exclude them from an SRO. The other thing too is how do we kind of control who can occupy these units? It's by affordability covenants that are recorded. So targeting those AMIs, making sure that we're targeting the ones that we want to be in those units. So I'm not sure what threshold you want to go for, but some sort of affordability covenant would help facilitate what you're after with this. But sorry, my 2 cents.
Thank you. Anyone else present would like to comment? And is there anyone else online? Okay, now we will move to council for final comments on this resolution. Any final comments?
Can I ask a question?
Yeah, sure, certainly.
I think that it's probably for Mr. Hiddle, kind of addressing one of the public commenters. Have you considered any types of conditions necessary on property owners who want to convert their existing housing, especially in the example given, existing single-family house into an SRO? Like what kinds of, I mean, A, I guess, have you thought about it? And if you have thought about it, what have you considered? And B, if you haven't thought about it, hopefully you will now. Have you thought of anything in the last 2 minutes?
I think those are very reasonable concerns and ones that we will fully take into account as we craft this ordinance. Yeah, I have not thought about it more than that.
Okay, thanks.
Now, comments from council members. Councilmember Zulik? Oh.
Okay. Number one, the notion that all students are party animals is tired and lazy, and I would have thought everyone on this dais better than that. Number two, regardless of whether students are or aren't party animals, they still deserve affordable places to live. And three, in 2020 to 2021, I lived in a dorm on IU campus, and it was almost $5,000 a semester to live there. There are plenty of students who cannot afford that, and frankly, I don't see any problem in the world with offering the university some competition in housing, especially affordable housing. Thank you.
Councilman Flaherty?
Okay. Sure, thank you. First of all, I agree with some of the sentiments my colleague just shared, which is that I think we often fall into sort of shorthand assumptions about who certain populations are. Students are a commonly invoked one. Students cover all incomes and demographics, just like our community does. There are many low-income students, some currently experiencing homelessness, as our department head from Hand just shared. So I think when we talk about housing and housing availability, I just think of that for Bloomington residents. Like, that's how we should be thinking about that. I think of bedrooms as spaces where people should live. If you have empty bedrooms, perhaps people should be living in them if you would like them to live in them, and we should enable that. We have such a dire housing problem, and yes, there's no guarantee of affordability for most types of housing, detached single-family homes included. But all things being equal, smaller units, less space, shared property across multiple units does drive costs down in the market. Like, that's, when you're comparing apples to apples, that is a fact. So no, not every single room occupancy unit will be affordable, but I think this is an important tool in the affordability toolkit. And then the other thing I appreciate Councilmember Piedmont-Smith bringing this, and several folks have noted this, including from the public, which is that this is directing a policy development process. It is a kickoff to implementation of some things that have been called for in consensus building activities this council has hosted, as well as a housing action plan from Heading Home. for instance. And so I think we just need to remember that when we're talking about resolutions to direct changes to the UDO. In most instances, we are directing the implementation of existing city policy in some way that hasn't moved forward yet for one reason or another. And so the final votes come later. The details are yet to come, but I think this is important to move forward. Thank you.
Councilmember Rallo?
Sorry. So I think it's good to explore this topic. If I'm not mistaken, I didn't hear anyone on the dais talk about party animals or something like that. I think that came from the public. But my concern is, I think, expressed by Mr. Ost, that some of the most affordable homes for owner occupancy are often targeted for rentals to capitalize on the student market. And that's just simply a fact. I mean, if you don't realize that, I think that, it's a fundamental in this community. So my concern is that we're rich in rentals, we're poor in owner occupancy in this city, and I want to make sure that that doesn't remain the case. The target here, it seems to me, especially are low-income people, and that includes students, some students, and it includes, and this evolved from a discussion on homelessness and the need for affordable housing, which we want to see. So I guess, if there's a directive that is, that we ought to maintain the housing that's desirable for people to be able to build equity and be able to establish themselves, and we ought to be wary of essentially the rentier class that seeks to exploit Bloomington just simply as a money machine, as a way of making money, and we see that constantly. So, but I'm willing to support this because I have no idea what's going to evolve, and I'm curious to see how we proceed on this, and I think there could be some very good things that come from it, so I'll be supporting it. Thanks.
Other comments? Did you want to go last as the sponsor? Sure. Councilmember Stossberg.
Thank you. I just want to make a quick comment because earlier there was kind of a comment about SROs turning into student housing, and I wasn't sure in that comment whether it was a comment about turning into a place where students lived or turning into what we think of as student housing complexes in Bloomington, which, and that of course made me go like, well, student housing is actually defined in our UDO in terms of what those units look like. And so I just want to clarify what I picture as a difference and I think is accurate in terms of my understanding of a definition of an SRO and how that would be different if this is hopefully helpful for members of the public in thinking about those two different housing types as being different. So in a student housing complex, one of the definitions is that it contains living units with 4 or more bedrooms. Okay, so you have these student housing complex where they have like 4-bedroom, 4-bath, or 5-bedroom, 5-bath, where you have 5 students. They each can only be 1 student per bedroom, and they have a bedroom and a bathroom, and then they share the kitchen space. But that kitchen space is only shared with, the people living in that specific flat. Okay, so they don't go into a larger common space, to access the kitchen. In an SRO, I would imagine that being different. I would imagine it more like a hotel, almost, where even if you do have your own bathroom in the SRO, because maybe it's shared or maybe it's not shared, you have to go into this common hallway with an unknown number of people before you can access the kitchen. And so, that's the picture that I have in my head of this, and that makes it markedly different, honestly, than student housing. In terms of the definition and whether or not students live in a location. I mean, we have a student housing definition, but you do not have to be a student to go rent a room in one of these student housing complexes. Anybody could go and rent a room in those locations. And anybody should be able to come and rent one of the SROs if they income qualify, if they, have need of that kind of low cost or temporary place to stay. And we can't discriminate with who decides to live in a certain place in that way. But what we can do is we can define what type of building and what type of structure it is, and how the elements, those units, in terms of how they might be defined, interact with each other, and what kind of spaces that they share. So I'm really happy to support this, and I want to thank Councilmember Piedmont Smith for reacting to the CBA that we had and bringing this forward and getting this process started. So thank you.
Councilmember Rosenberger?
Thank you. 2 fun facts about cars or vehicles. Number one, Mr. Volan commented about the property just north of the railroad tracks on College as an SRO that got a variance. I've talked to the owner of that property. The units are always booked. The parking is decoupled from rent, and the parking is never fully booked. So it doesn't have enough spots for each unit to have a parked car there, but the people who rent there don't have them, and I guess don't need them. The other thing is owner-occupied households in Bloomington have more cars than rental households in Bloomington. This was a fact that was brought up, I think, years ago now by Ms. Scanlon from the Planning and Transportation Department, so that's where that data is. Thank you.
Thank you. Other comments from council members? Councilmember Piedmont Smith.
Yes, I would like to thank the Planning and Transportation Department and colleagues who gave feedback on this ordinance. And I'm excited to bring this in particular because it is something that we talked about in a deliberation session with the public. And ideally, that's how we would do all of our legislation. We would talk with the public first, and then do our research. And I have looked at so many websites on SROs. I kind of went down a rabbit hole. So both of those things are important, and I'm glad that both of those were able to occur to bring this resolution. And of course, this resolution is just the first part, so I'll be eager to see what the Planning and Transportation staff and then the Planning Commission come up with to bring to us next year. Another aspect of this that is interesting to me personally is because it's interesting to me personally and valuable because I lived in an SRO when I was in graduate school in Boston. It was the only thing I could afford, and it worked out really well for me. I had a shared bathroom, shared kitchen, 3rd floor walk up, and I think it's something that we need to bring to Bloomington. It's not just for big East Coast cities. It's something that can work well here as well. So that's all I had.
I'll just real quick say this is a resolution. It's not an ordinance. I think one of the callers referred to it as an ordinance. A resolution to initiate a process to develop a proposal. There's a lot of investigation to be done, a lot of research, as Mr. Hiddle said. There's a lot of questions, a lot of unknowns, a lot of comparisons to be made, a lot of things to think about. There'll be a lot of opportunities to, in the process, for the public to be involved, everybody to be involved, then it'll come back eventually to the Planning Commission, to the council. Though I have lots of questions, and big questions, I'm happy to support this. This is, as Councilmember Piedmont Smith said, this is the main thing, the main sort of action idea that came out of we're not calling them the CBAs anymore, right? Community deliberative sessions that we had at council. So I can support this resolution. The other thing I'd like to say is, in defense of one of the members of the public, I didn't hear, certainly nobody on council, and I didn't really interpret or hear anything a member of the public said as sort of generalizing students as, irresponsible party animals or anything like that. What I more heard was just a resident, community member with experience pointing out that, there will be owners who want to exploit to the maximum whatever they can with as little investment, not just in terms of maintenance and upkeep and actual physical involvement, but just caring about what's going on at these properties. And that person from the public mentioned trash and recycling. I mean, these are real things, right? And that can impact livability and quality of life. And they're things that, we should be able to talk about and mention without, being accused of being, of being closed-minded or being too harsh or not being fair-minded. So, with that, let's see. Oh, Councilman Piedmont-Smith, you want to say one more thing?
Yeah, I just wanted to mention that these SROs would be inspected by hand as part of the rental inspection program because there would be a lease. So just to make that clear that there would be some safeguards against, people living in windowless hovels.
All right, are we ready to call the question at this point on this resolution? Yeah? Yeah, do it. Will the clerk please call the roll on resolution 2024-25?
Yes. Councilmember Strasburg?
Yes.
Asari?
Yes.
Rosenberger?
Yes.
Daley?
Yes.
Flaherty?
Yes.
Zulik?
Yes.
Rallo?
Yes.
Ruff?
Yes.
Piedmont Smith?
Yes.
It's a unanimous, it passes unanimously.
Thank you. So I think the only thing left on our agenda is the additional period of public comment on items that are not on the agenda. So is there any member of the public who would like to comment on items not on the agenda who did not comment during the open portion of the public comment at the beginning? I don't see anybody in council chambers. Is there anybody on Zoom with a hand raised? Okay. All right. Well, then moving on to council schedule. So we do not meet again until Wednesday, December 4th. And I wish everybody a happy Thanksgiving. I think we are adjourned.